has been no audit or scientific survey that established that the 8 million Kenyans who didn't vote majority belonged to a specific demographic. What lenses are we using? On what basis are we accusing Gen Zs or any specific generation of not turning out to vote? Again, fellow Kenyans, I want to tell you that that is in keeping with the script of bastardizing certain actions by a section of our society to continue with the narrative of Fisi accusing its own as smelling like goats before, so that they can prepare to consume them. We have to be very careful, comrades, because if we are not, we are being set up. And if William Ruto gets away with this, he will visit another 24 years on us, maybe more, maybe longer. In conclusion, somebody who has the courage to try and deploy more tactics when handed the kind of constitution that we have is a very, very dangerous individual. And Kenyans must do everything to send him out and remove him. Because if we don't, then we will only have ourselves to blame. I land at that point because I would want to hear what fellow Kenyans want to say to the issues that I have raised. Because for me, they are very pertinent. These are important realities that we must confront and we must premise our mobilization on. Thank you, fellow Kenyans.
Asante sana, Dr. Milton. Just like before I hand over the mic to Ndangui lawyer, Wakili is already here. Let me say this in regards to Murkomen shoot to kill order, to reaffirm Dr. Milton's point without hesitation. I think let's be clear. The Wakili is here. Police are guided by and are not guided by roadside declaration or political excitement. They are governed by the law. And the law is clear. Every police officer, whoever is here, must operate within the 6 key legal framework of the law. I think the Constitution of Kenya is one, the National Police Service Act, the National Police Standing Order, the Penal Code, the Evidence Act, and the Criminal Procedural Code. These are the legal framework the police officer must implement. Any other order or directives outside these frames are unlawful. So when the Cabinet Secretary starts issuing threats or commands to police in public, he's not just overstepping, he's acting outside the law. I'm surprised he calls himself a lawyer. He should know this unless he got these papers in River Road. He holds no operational control over the National Police Service. His words may be loud, but they carry no legal weight, I believe. And he is not a commander of police. Kenya is not a dictatorship, and police are not run by political instructions. Police officers beholden are not beholden to political egos. They serve the public under the Constitution. When politicians start behaving like rogue commanders, it puts both the service and the country at danger. The law must lead, not excitement, and those who undermine it, whether in uniform or in suit, must be held accountable, period. Let me bring in Wakili. Wakili, the mic is yours. Asante sana. Wakili Mutungi.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I was appointed by the Law Society of Kenya to represent the Law Society and, of course, the Angui. So the matter is coming up tomorrow for directions before Honorable Justice Chacha Mwita. So we have filed a habeas corpus application, which will is the one that is being given directions tomorrow. We have put there in for the respondents are the AG, the IG, the Director of Public Prosecution, and the CS Interior. So those are the people we have indulged to help us try and get to know where Diango is. Because the day he was taken, the DCI left an inventory of the things that that they took from his house. So there's a list that we have induced as evidence in that application, and also in the same matter, then there were two persons who are arrested related to the activities of Diango's post on X, and they have been sued by the DCI. So to us, that is an admission that they actually, and on that application by the DCI, they say that they are conducting investigations on Diango's X account. So that to us, that is an admission that actually they really have something to do with the disappearance of Diangoi. So he has been now missing for a week and a day now. The parents reported, but they took an OB, but really what was, there was no much that cooperation from the police. That is why they approached the Law Society of Kenya. So in our orders, what we seek is that they produce him in person, and if not in person, then they have to produce to us his body, because definitely they have, if they still hold him, then it is illegal. They should have presented him before any court of law with their charges within a 24-hour span. So until date, we have not heard of his whereabouts, of course, and it is incommunicado. I was talking on an express yesterday where I said that that the government somehow is protecting its own, and us as citizens, we are also on our own. It is for us, the legal fraternity is to protect and uphold the rule of law. So what we will do is try all means possible through the confines of the Constitution to make sure that we have Diangoi with us. So I also said that as we play our part, you also, Kenyans, should also play your part in amplifying the continued abductions that are going on, which are very illegal. There is a misuse of the Computer and Cyber Crimes Act, which I said that I think it should be reviewed to clearly state what it actually like break it down to us, what is actually the misuse, what are these actions that contribute to those trumped up charges that are being brought to court. So if actually in the application we have also sued the IG and the DCI director in persons as the office bearers of those offices, and I want to repeat that we will do anything possible and necessary within the confines of the Constitution to ensure that justice is served. If that means if they do not produce him, then we can file more applications to put pressure on them. We can actually put them in contempt of court and in contempt of the Constitution. There was a matter that Masengeli was taken to court, and there was a sentence. That is the same route we intend to use. So we are doing everything possible to make sure that one of us is with us. So We will be sharing maybe the link to the court tomorrow, so that we all follow keenly on what will erupt or what will be the outcome of that matter in terms of directions that Honorable Justice Chacha Mwita will give tomorrow. So thank you very much.
Asante Wakili. I think it increasingly sounds like we are operating under a police state where enforced disappearances are becoming the new norm. I don't know what are the legal grounds to justify Ndangui's incommunicado detention. No charges, no access to counsel, no court appearance. I think this defies due process and tramples on the Constitution and must be answered with urgency. I think the level of impunity is another level. Hillary, over to you if you want to add, and then we go to the next speaker, who is Justice.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Wakili, for that. And we are together. Let us know. Let us have those hashtags and let us follow the online. And we really appreciate your presence to come and give us more direction. Ras, say hi to these people as we welcome another speaker. Wakili, you have something to say, to add on that?
I was just saying thank you for everything.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah, Honorable James Mwangi Gakuya, karibu sana. I've seen you. Ras.
Yes, thank you, my brother. I think I'll be because I'm co-hosting the show together with you today. Kwanza, salute. Thank you for this platform, Hillary and Abdi, once again. Wakili, I think we have been in communication with Wakili, and I'm glad that you have come to shed light on Dagwin issue. Like I've said previously, Hillary. The way we are supposed to confront this monster called impunity that has been advanced much by this particular regime is in our unity. So like everybody mwenye ako hapa, Dr. Milto, Okina Anthony, your people, we have been on these spaces for some time now. And it's only true to the calling that we continue amplifying this. And you have even heard from Wakili. Amesema ya kwamba for these people, the way they operate, it's only noise that makes them not even to harm any person they illegally and unconstitutionally abduct. So it is our voice. Mimi sitaki niongee mengi kwa sababu nitakuwa hapa nikisikiza. I'll do my submissions a bit later. But most important, Hillary, now that Mheshimiwa Gakuya is here, we saw a debate in Parliament where they were very vocal on what we went to the street to do. I know there have been plans, there have been efforts to make these and to illegalize these and pin on somebody. But I want to hear from Gakuya if tomorrow he can appear in Parliament. The same way they had an opportunity to discuss somebody, and that is the other side of the government. Kindly, Mr. Our honorable member of Parliament, take a motion again to that Parliament. Remind them and remind this regime that abductions are still going on, despite the president standing on a podium during the prayer breakfast meeting, and also lied to the whole nation that he is absolutely sorry. So we, where we sit as GNZ millenniums, we know he never meant anything. So Gakuya, kindly help us with the legislation, and the legislation is don't allow them to use the Cyber Crime Act to criminalize our voices. Kindly. Thank you so much, Hillary.
Asante sana, asante sana. Honorable Gakuya, the mic is yours.
Good afternoon, good evening, Hillary Gondi.
Good evening, my friend. How are you doing?
Yes, my name is Honorable Gakuya, member for Embakasi North constituency. Thank you. I understand you host us this evening, and I'm grateful to join you and the listeners to this particular hour. I can see the topic here is one to do with the state of the nation. And if you can allow me, probably I can highlight some few issues that have been so appealing at this particular time. One is the political tension within the country. We all understand that where we are, where the political tension is too high, and we all understand that the current government is not taking serious on matters concerning the needs of Kenyans, and that's the main thing that is making occurrence of these tensions. Number two is that, like the last peaceful demonstrations, that the government did assure the Kenyans that they have approved that particular demo, and right after that we witnessed very other damages in the city, and the situation was very deplorable, where people lost their properties and businesses. This is one where we are saying that political tension is too high, that our security officers sometimes seems to be totally against the people, and the government has forgotten that it's a government elected by people to serve people. One is that any single leader elected in this country, whether it's the head of state or whether it's a governor, whether it's a senate or whoever position, takes an oath of office, and this particular oath is to serve, one, to protect the constitution, serve the people, and protect their property. But when we are left to a situation where we are witnessing very august situations where people's properties are being damaged without looted, without anybody seems to be taking care of, then this country seems to be out of the constitutional path, and it's like the country now is under what you call a banana republic. Number two is policy incoherence, and this is where you realize that those who have been given authority and power to lead, and especially in the police sector, then we are able to witness extrajudicial killing in our police cells, and we come to not to understand where we believe that our police stations are refugee, where one who has been harmed or who has been facing any other critical crime can report and served. But when one is being brought and booked in a cell, and then in the next morning, what you have been called to pick is a dead body, then this makes a very critical questions to our security agencies. And the big question is, where else do we expect Kenyans to take refuge, to seek safety, or else to where else do we expect orders to be taken from, if the current system of our police service is not able to provide protections and provide lives of our people? We have a situation where this country, this state has gone long, that we have lost after the first Gen Z demonstrations. Thereafter, we witnessed loss of serious number of number of youths, who most of them found themselves out of this country through extrajudicial killing. We also witnessed number of our youth being abducted haphazardly, hidden, and taken to a hide for more than three months. And when they come out out of very serious torture. These are promise that this government promised to Kenyans, and they promised Kenyans that actually in this, especially this era, this regime of William Ruto, that this issue to do extrajudicial killing is a thing of the past. In this particular city, also the president promised during his campaign trial that nobody will be able to face what we call demolition. And this government is a government that will be communicated to people. In fact, in any time that there is that kind of desire to maybe to remove people from a place to another. But we have witnessed this demolition in this city, just haphazardly, not even considering that these are human beings or these are Kenyans. And the government has a duty. Once you demolish permanent buildings like a 50-story house or so, I think the obvious is that because these particular buildings were built through the county government approval of housing of what you call house planning, and these particular buildings were figureless, has been always paying for it, and any other licenses that are dependent from that particular area. I think the obvious was to consider to compensate the owners of those houses. Those houses could not have constructed without the knowledge of the county government, and therefore both the national government and the county government should have looked for a formula on how to compensate these house owners, so that these house owners cannot become beggars from there, and therefore they can be able to still keep on their life. But when you demolish permanent houses like this, and you give those particular house owners or landlords 10,000 Kenya shillings, that's an insult, and therefore that is not even giving any consideration to human being. I would say that there are many areas of serious effect that our people has gone through, and I can only say that this is not human, and Kenyans should be treated better and should be given better opportunity. You know, any government that is elected, Kenya is a civil elected government. It is not a revolution, and therefore nobody can stand to say that it is not people's government. It has to be people driven. It has to people, and that's why our constitution envisaged that there has to be public participation at any given time. If you want to locate people, just move, talk to them, let there have be a public participation, let them understand the reasons, and let there be mechanisms on how to relocate them. Our constitution does not even allow to effect people and fail to give them alternative. These alternatives have not been there, have not anywhere forth, and it has been very inhuman on the manner in which we have been treating our people. We have witnessed this government rogue police officers shooting direct to during sometimes evicting people from Narok, from their lands, and there should be other means to deal with people other than shooting people and killing them, because I don't think that Kenya is migrating. Anything can have an amicable way, even though there is any dispute, whether it is that dispute or anything. This does not require to resort to killing and executing Kenyans and causing the loss of lives. Therefore, we are saying the manner in which our current government is behaving against the Kenyan citizen is not human at all, and is completely inhuman. And that's why we are saying that the government, we are calling it out, that if it cannot be able to proceed to serve Kenyans and give Kenyans the entitled service under the umbrella of our constitution, then this government has no choice but to quit. And if probably the promises that this government promised Kenyans, they have arrived to a point where they have decided they will change the tune, then to become what we call dictatorship government. Our constitution does not envisage this. This, therefore, the state should decide whether it is to proceed on a dictatorial regime, which is not entitled to our constitution, or it is to use the normal path of constitutional path, where they should follow the constitution. Those are areas that are very much touching to Kenyans. And on a matter to do with demonstrations that the last we witnessed. We witnessed our police service still shooting to kill. No, they have been always saying that they are using rubber bullets, but when you move to Kenyatta, you will find that in fact those victims actually it is live bullets which have been shot directly to them, and therefore this is not known at all. We have another situation that we had another demonstration last week, but one in this particular city where we witnessed a governor of this city handling what you call illegal goons in this city who are condoning, and we witnessed Kenya Police Service escorting those goons using what we call jembe handles, and purporting to be the one who are manning and securing the city. And the big question is, at what point did Kenya become Haiti, where the goonism has taken the charge of the country? It is a scenario that we cannot allow this country to go, because this is completely an opposite direction, and this is completely taking the country back to the dark days. Let me say, the political uncertainty and development of our constitution, I have just alluded to few, that our constitution is very clear, and our constitution has given guidance on what to do. It has demarcated the duties of the national government and the duties of our county governments, and therefore what we would expect is to see the government making policies, and the counties also implementing the policies on areas that are under their obligation. Our economic growth, we have witnessed that the country, if you move to what the reports that you normally get, we get reports that our inflation has gone low, and has gone low to a tune of almost 3%. But when you move to the main field, nobody can start to say that he's feeling the growth of the economy in people's pockets. And what we are saying that as much as the government would like to say that this country is heading the right direction economically, it is not correct. Let us all agree that there is an area that this government has not taken care of, because our government is busy looking and paying our external debts. But in our internal debts, and especially the pending bills within the counties and the national government, the pending bills are pending bills that are owned from our local suppliers and our local domestic contractors. And when you keep and hold their dues for years and years, this tells you that the circulation of the currency cannot be felt anywhere. And my first call is that the national government should always be making sure every financial year, that there is enough budget to start now clearing this pending bill. There's no way that you can tell us that you hold over 700 billion for local suppliers and local contractors, and these local contractors borrowed from the local banks,
Hello,
in the project,
guys.
and then you owe them magnitude of millions and billions of money.
Go ahead, Honorable Gakuya. Try to summarize as you land. Thank you again.
Thank you. I am saying that the other step that we have, that is an area that we are doing very poorly, that we are not considering to take care of our local, our domestic citizens, and especially on that particular area of pending goods, because we realize that like Nairobi County, it has over 100 billion Kenya shillings, and nobody is caring to know how these particular
Hi, guys.
how these particular contractors or
Hello.
suppliers are surviving. And therefore, there is a need. There is a big need that we must push the counties and the national government to consider looking for quarterly payments of this pedigree every year, so that our people should not
Thank you.
keep on losing their property and their properties through auction out of this particular delays of the delay from the national and county government. Thank you, Hilary. I am open to hear from you.
Thank you, thank you. I'll just make a quick. I just need a quick response from you. I think we have seen the peaceful protests in Nairobi were being violently disrupted by goons, some armed and protected by police, as you say. And there is a growing public concern that these attacks are sponsored by state actors, as you said, the governor of Nairobi. Yet, Parliament, you as a parliamentarian have remained silent. Why is the government now outsourcing violence to crush dissent while pretending to uphold the law and order? My second question to you is, at the same time, the Cyber Computer Misuse Act is being used to silence Gen Z's voices online. I think instead of protecting the freedom of expression, the law is being weaponized. What is your thought?
Sorry, proceed.
What is your thought briefly on that, Asante, before we go to
One, I would like to say that this is a situation, the situation to have goons to control areas like city. This is illegal, and it's not nowhere. It is not anywhere in the law, and therefore, what is happening is that this is what we are saying is impunity, and the government is just moving to use what we call external powers, and that's how where these kind of goons are being applied from, and this is completely out of our constitutional path. And the reason why this is happening is because people like the governor of Nairobi is enjoying protection from state, and he is untouchable because nobody can touch him, and nobody can take any single action against him because he's well protected from above. And until when that kind of impunity is going to come to an end, that's only when the people of Nairobi can enjoy the fruits of freedom. As we are, this is not anywhere abided by the constitution. It is totally unconstitutional, and nobody can stand to support it. Our voice has been there. Personally, I have condemned this severally, and we are not mute. We are always on the top note condemning these actions. Number two, the government to use cyber the cyber to mute to mute the devices for youth. It's not. It's also. It's also not. It's not in order, because I believe that in fact what the government should do is to listen to the voice of the youth, and after listening to the voice of the youth, it's only when you can dialogue with them, understand what is ailing them, and together then you can be able to move on to look for solutions. But when you want to mute youth, and the best you think that you can do is to mute them by extrajudicial killing them, by abducting them, this does not make any solution. This is only putting the country into dark. And therefore, my proposal is that a government that's a government elected by the people is government for the people, and therefore the idea is to listen to these youth, because youth are Kenyans, and they are here as citizens, and there is no way that this country would say that youth have no role to play in our governance. And therefore, what the government should do is to open a dialogue and make sure that they reason and do exactly what the proposals of the youth
Thank you.
are.
Just a quick question before I let you go. Do you intend to bring amendment to the computer cyber security thing, cyber crime act?
One, let me say that in fact this is a matter that is doable, and we'll do the best to make that amendment for the House. Note that anything that this government does not want to pass, it may use what we call the numerical of numbers to defeat it. But we shall do our part. We must make sure that that amendment is brought to the floor, and whether it will carry the day or not, let us do our part. I am sure that if members of parliament are for people of Kenya. This is a law that can be able to see the light of the day.
Thank you. Thank you. We want to see a motion coming from you to that effect. Thank you. I think Anthony hand is up. Anthony, go ahead, and then we go to Justice, and then we go to Comrade Booker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hirari. Thank you, Abdi and Rasdi, our able co-host, and everyone who's on the space. I'm very happy today that we have Honorable James Gakuya on the space. Now, the National Assembly and the Senate are a house of records through the Hansard. And I remember anytime Kenya has undergone something like what we're undergoing today, that the National Assembly can actually say, we want to do an inquiry or an investigation, or we want to know what is ailing this country. And I'm also very happy you say that the government needs to initiate a dialogue with the people or with the youth of this country. But the people are the government, and the people are represented, communicate to the government through the National Assembly and the Senate and the county assemblies. Honorable Gakuya, my request would be very simple and direct to you and to any other member of the opposition who's willing to work with the young people. We have a lot on this space, and we have you. We, the young people, the Gen Zs and the millennials, have bared the brunt of violence from this government. We want our voices to be heard, but most importantly, we want our story not to be documentaries on TVs only, but we want our story, and this is my plea, to be captured in the National Assembly, in the House of Records, that this is what we had to say when we went out in June 2024 and June 2025. So if the government is not going to ask for a hearing with us, it means we, the people, can ask for that hearing through our representatives and say, Mr. Gakuya, we have here with us a memoranda and our needs and what we are demanding for. And I know people will say the government knows. It is good to think that the government knows. But I want it to go down on record on the National Assembly, on the Hansard, that on such and such a date, if you will agree, the same way when we did the inquiry into the weed that was called the Madenge weed, when the Wafugaji people felt that the weed was doing away with their goats and taking away their teeth, someone from that region brought a goat to the floor of the house. If a goat can make it to a floor of the house because a need is there or an emergency is there, I believe whatever the young people of this country are going through is more urgent than a goat losing teeth and a cow losing its teeth because it is eating a certain weed. This is my quest. This is my prayer and my request to you. We have a lawyer on this panel. We have very good brains. We have parents, brothers, sisters who lost their people in all the subsequent demonstrations that have been there. Can we prepare a petition? We are looking for a member of parliament who say, I am going to table the petition that my people have sent me. Because that is what a member of parliament does. He represents his people in the National Assembly and the Senate. I want you to indulge me on this, and this is my prayer to you and my request. A very humble request. That we prepare a petition. I know on June 25th, the parents of the people of Rex Masai were also very ready to prepare to bring a petition to the National Assembly, but they were not able. Because we have you here. And we want those, our needs and grievances and our story to be told, not by members of parliament, but we want our story to be told by us. If a goat made it, then one of us can make it. Let one of us come to the National Assembly, say our story, so that even if the president will not act because you said he can use the numerical numbers, but he will not prevent the Hansard from being written. So that those who come after us will be told on this and this date, someone of this generation came to this National Assembly and said, this is my story, and this is why I'm on the streets every day. And this is the cry I have. I have a cry for Rex Masai. I have a cry for Boniface, who has just been announced brain dead. I have a cry for Mama Rex. I have a cry for Baba Rex. I have another cry for this young man who was killed in Homa Bay. Let it go on record that we came, and when the government turned a blind eye to us, that we made it to their floor and we engaged them constructively, so that when they say we chose violence, it will be go on record and say that one of us came to the National Assembly, pleaded our case, and was given a deaf ear. That would be my prayer. Can we prepare a petition? And are you willing to hold our hand and say, prepare a petition, come to the National Assembly on this day? Me as Honorable Gwakuya, I will rally our MPs who are willing to support your motion so that we have this motion tabled in Parliament. That is my only question, sir.
Asante sana, asante sana. Honorable Gakuya, just keep taking notes. I'll bring in Justice for All and then Comrade Booker, and then we will cycle back to you after we get the Wakili's input and Redemptor. Thank you. Over to you, Justice for All.
Thank you very much, Abdi, Hilary, and those that have already spoken, Rasji, and everybody. I want to appreciate Wakili from the Ngoy that came in and gave us some update. Honorable Kakoya, thank you for creating time to be here. I think it's such a bold step to come and have a conversation. Abdi, I do appreciate you and Hilary for the work you're doing, and especially on this series, Conversation with Kenyans, because my submission today will be purely on the conversation with Kenyans. I do identify and appreciate the what everybody else has submitted, which I identify with, but I want to begin with a reflection of a quote by Rasna Wara, and I'm sure most of you have read it. It's been repeated again this week, and I did share it yesterday as part of my reflection. One of the things that caught my attention, and that will be my submission today, is that where she says that one day someone will look at Kenya and say, "Here lie the ruins of a country destroyed by greed." My submission today will be devoid of partisanship, and reason is because either side, whether the government or the opposition, all the people that are in different commissions, we are trading very dangerously, in a way that we look back and ask ourselves, what would I have done differently to save my country? That
Knows from the lowest cadre. Goonism, it has no class. There are goons from all levels. Asanteni.
Asante, asante sana. Hillary, do we just go ahead and do the opening statement as we
Go
dive?
go ahead. Yeah.
Asante sana, Redemptor. Always good evening and thank you for joining us again. As Hillary said, I think I agree with Redemptor. It has been a very sad and heavy week in Kenya. A week that has tested not just our politics, but our shared humanity. The event of June 25th were not just about protest. They were about dignity, about truth, about survival.
happen again with technology, but I'm glad that you were swiftly able to, get back on this. Yeah, I started with my submission on appreciating the topic that you've set up, especially in this pressure point, which is about the conversation with the Kenyans. And I have been very partisan in my submissions previously, but today I wanted to take a different approach because of a reflection that I've been having in the last few days. Of course, much amplified by the events of Wednesday, but also it's a build up from what has been happening. And when I spoke previously before we dropped, I was speaking about the words of one of the journalists. God rest her soul in peace, and that's Rasna Wara. I started that she did speak these words that one day someone will look at Kenya, and that's the country that we are crying for today, and say, "Here lie the ruins of a country destroyed by greed." The reason as to why those words came so strongly to me in my reflection of where we are as a country was further amplified by one posting that was made by Professor Herman Manyora, where he talked about how a country is in the brink of crashing. He was trying to give an analogy of a plane. So you as a pilot, you hear, and you have all these many people you're carrying. But it also added the voice of what a few people, whether they mean it or not, have been talking about that to whose benefit will it be if we be the government or the opposition, but we have no country to lead? So let me make my submission on that. Now, the fear that I have started having, Hillary, is that we are being pushed into a place where we might not have a voice to rescue our country from collapse. And the danger of relying on the politicians to give us solutions is that to them, not all of them, but most of them are driven by the greed for power and resources. And by the words of Rasna, that we will look back and say that here lie the ruins of a country destroyed by greed. It is what is being played right in front of us. And people are playing like this is just another toy that we have to play with. This is a country that can collapse any minute if we don't stand firm as the citizens of this great country. The words that are coming from either side of the divide, yes, the government has responsibility, but we've also had cases where even the members of the opposition have been irresponsible in their utterances. So then where will we get the voice of reason? Voice of reason will come from a people like us who will call out these leaders, regardless of which side. Yes, we have our own biases. I have my own biases. But there comes a time, as George Saitoti will say, when the interest of the nation is greater than an individual. Hillary Abdi Razji, that time has come. That time has come. If we thought that this was a kid's play, I think the events of the recent past need to wake us up and realize that we are having mothers coming here and crying. And we think it's still a game of politics. This is not a game of politics anymore. It's a loss of the heart and the soul of the nation, where we are so comfortable, and I have to say this with due respect, that somebody is comfortable in saying that because somebody else spoke badly about the people that were killed and therefore go kill them and burn them and do that. We are losing a country right in front of our eyes as adults and as young adults. So my request, which comes as begging, is that it is about time that together we rally behind the sanity of the nation. where it doesn't matter who is saying what. If they're saying something that is going to incite us into violence, into killings, into kidnappings, into somebody of a Christian faith, a lawyer, saying that if somebody comes near the police station, as Dr. Milton said, shoot them, shoot them, kill them. Even animals, there's an order in which you slaughter them. But now we are less than even animals. And the country thinks that we can just have a normal conversation. My prayer is that this space and these kind of meetings will let people pause and soul search and put everything to a halt and say whether it's development or anything, we need to stop. Let's humanize Kenya for a second. I would rather not talk about you bringing Maendeleo to my place than killing my people. So my call today is simple. I don't want to be an eyewitness to a destruction of a beautiful country. I finished by saying that in my reflection, I also did something I had not done in the past, trying to serialize and look at how widely the minerals are spread in this country. Why don't we benefit from it? The greed that we have before us. God's children, let me say this. I finally want to say that I identify with a letter that was written by the Catholic bishops today, that it is time. It may look like a joke. We can castigate them because of the past. We can castigate anybody because of what they have done in the past. But I can tell you, now is the time to sit down and look at each other and say, we can't continue like this. We are not doing well. Let's wake up. Let's wake up. To Honorable Gakuya, we were told last year this was an attempted coup. We were told that there's so many bodies in Yala and everywhere. And you guys can't call for a public inquest? What do you want us to do? Like, we are really playing these things just because of the next election. I am asking God's children of goodwill from every sector to pause and ask, what happened to us? Let's think and have a conversation with everybody. Thank you.
Asante sana, asante sana. Let's have, sorry guys, I think the space dropped. Hillary, go ahead before I bring in Comrade Buka. Hillary? Okay. Comrade Buka, you can hear me?
Abdi, before we bring.
Yes, I can hear
Gabriel,
you.
we can hear you. Buka can just go ahead. We are sorry about that. Yeah. Comrade, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Raz. Thanks, Hillary. Thanks, Abdi, and all the powerful reflections that have taken place today. I just want to make a few comments in a way to add more value to the debate. And maybe I could start where Justice for All left, which he talks about something more interesting that we need to think through about our country going to the dogs. And if Kenya goes to the dogs, then of course everybody loses. Only the gangs will be able to succeed. This is important. So my reflection is how, because the greatest threat of Kenya going into anarchy is because of William Samoei Ruto. Because if William Samoei Ruto will have accepted that he has received a red card from the Kenyan people, he could follow the laid down constitutional processes and actually make sure that he can resign with a clear program to have an election, that he can also contest in those elections, those snap elections, to make sure that he can renew his legitimacy. and that there can be a permanent return of peace. So the real threat to throwing us into anarchy is the continuous insistence of this regime to stay in power illegitimately after they even lost legitimacy, or they lost the popular support last year based on serious mistakes that they did that ended lives of young people, and their continuous mismanagement of the economy. Particularly, this is important. But now that Ruto will not stop killing us, now that he will not manage the economy as you would like it to be managed, he will not cut off our insubordination of the economy to the countries of the metropole, particularly the United States and other imperialist countries. Ruto clearly will not do that. In fact, Ruto will only leave power when he's cornered and his real life is under threat. Then he can leave. But as long as he can still use the violence of the state and the state militias to intimidate and other extra constitutional ways like kidnappings, extrajudicial killings, then he will still want to survive in power until he can be removed by the popular majority of the people. But also, we also have a responsibility to ensure that our country does not go to anarchy. But how can we do that? It means that we can also challenge Ruto's regime, but also heighten our organization and to prepare ourselves to make sure that we have formidable organizations, we have a formidable political party, we have a formidable movement that can actually run the state in absence of Ruto, in absence of Raila, in absence of Gashagwa. So we should be preparing ourselves not just as a movement, but as an alternative government in waiting that can coordinate and run the affairs and even prosecute the criminal elements within the Kenya Kwanza regime, especially those that have shot innocent people, those that have stolen money for medicine, those that have stolen money that is meant to give our people education. We can only effectively carry out this task when we have the political power. So, to address justice for all analysis that we should safeguard Kenya, to safeguard Kenya is actually to go to the street to challenge William Samoei Ruto before we come to become a banana republic. To safeguard Kenya from anarchy is to consolidate all the progressives, all the revolutionaries, and all the people in the street in terms of a political force with a clear political structures that can actually manage our economy, manage our Kenya, and probably weaken even imperialism down here at home. This is my first point. The second one was there have been several outbursts since the June 25th offensive, which I was very happy to be part of, as well as I was very happy to meet most of the comrades in the street, because it's an important call for us that we must go to the street and things the government cannot listen to our players through letters and memorandums, then the only theater of the struggle, the only site of the struggle that we have is in the streets, because this would put maximum pressure for this corrupt, illegitimate Ruto regime to reconsider some of its policies. But how has the state reacted to the June 25th offensive by the Kenyan people? The uprising was highly successful, and we made sure that we demonstrated to this government that if there was any doubt in their mind that the power is with the people, then we made sure that it was clear in capital letters in the street that indeed the political power, the economic power, the social power rest in the hands of the people, and only the people alone can determine their own collective destiny, when organized to challenge a regime that is determined to kill them, like the Kenya Kwanza regime. But how has the state really reacted to this more highly successful? Of course, it was successful, but also very painful, because now, just in the conservative numbers, today we can confirm that 17 people were murdered by, during this offensive. We can also confirm that some 57 comrades were arrested, at least 6 were released uncharged. We can also confirm that there was quite a number of people, at least 24 people in the entire country, that have been released on police bail, and the ones that were presented in court. We can also confirm that today we also have comrades that were arrested yesterday. That is Comrade Generali with other members of, Kongamano la Mapinduzi. They are still being held in incommunicado in Mutaiga police station, and they will be presented tomorrow in court. And we can guess that the state, in its own lack of wisdom, will come to court indeed to ask for more time to be able to evaluate the destructions in the street, because the state is conniving to actually prosecute them based on malicious charges on damage of property and that kind of nonsense. So that painful experience of losing comrades, but we know that for a fact, every time we go to the street, all of us have given up, have given our lives to the, to the protection of the homeland and the Kenya. And those who martyrs during this process, we will continue to hold their banner even higher, and to even remind ourselves that we will not hesitate to go to the street to sacrifice ourselves for the destiny of the homeland. But what did, for example, if you look, Ruto, Mbadi, Raila, and all these operatives within government, they called it a Kikuyu uprising, a Kikuyu protest. And even Mbadi, in his own stupidity, went further and only narrowed the protest as if it was a Kiambu affair. And then they want to also coach up the narrative that it is Gashagua's people that were on the street, essentially to disrespect the Kenyan people that go to the street, that all of us can go to the street to sacrifice our life for a tribal bigot like, like Gashagwa. This is the most disrespectful thing, but this is the way the state has opted to handle this crisis, unfortunately, to create tribal tension and tribal balkanization in a way to prepare the Kenyan people for a useless tribal war against innocent. Poor people, but only to the interest of the rich minority that want to stick to power. So essentially, the government will want to use this crisis to divide and compartmentalize Kenyan people as a tribal sentiment. This is also something we must continue to actually reject, that the offensive that is happening in the street, majority of the people are young people, and they are fighting against the crisis of imperialism, a crisis about a Western puppet called Ruto and Raila that continues to manage the Kenyan economy on behalf of their foreign sponsors and continue to steal resources. This is what the offensive in the street is, and this is what will continue. So any tribal connotations or any call, unfortunately, I even sympathized with Kipchumba Murkomen when he talked about shoot to kill order, because that is a path that he can go to, but he can also remember in history that the colonial people actually shot people and killed. When the state becomes rogue and starts to kill its people by using the power of the gun, then even the United Nations Charter allows the people to rise up in arms to defend their very existence. So if they then threaten to start liquidating people by using AK-47s in the streets, then I can promise Kipchumba Murkomen that he should also be prepared, to force armed resistance in the streets, because nobody will basically go home, to keep quiet while the police have been ordered to shoot their young people. This is important. So when the politicians continue to speak recklessly like that, they must also remember that there's a negation to that effect, that you cannot mobilize tribal tensions and expect to survive. You could not mobilize armed violence against innocent people and then expect that there will be no reaction. For every action, there will be a reaction from the people. And where there is acute repression, there will be also a buildup of resistance. This is the universal law that applies to all. All processes that happens. Look at what happened in apartheid regime. Look at now what is happening in Palestine. So that's the second point that I wanted to, that we must be clear and we must continue to mobilize and organize people on clear people's program and reject all tribal connotations and and balkanizations around people. This is important for us. And then on the other point that I wanted to go is what Ruto said. And he was asking if Ruto must go, where to? In fact, Ruto must be reminded that when we said Moi must go, we knew where Moi was going. Even though Moi was not tried for his crimes during his presidency, his land was not confiscated, the ones he stole during his presidency. Now he's dead, but he's left all that money and land in the hands of the family, while the rest of the Kenyan people continue to suffer. So it's also good to clarify that when we say that Ruto must go, for us, we're not just saying that Ruto must go and leave the state house. We are saying that by the time Ruto leaves the presidency, there must be a clear process where justice will be served, and President William Samoei Ruto and his criminal gangs will be tried in a fair court of justice to make sure that all the wealth that they have stolen from Kenya can be confiscated and brought to the Kenyan people to give health care, to give dignity to pupils in school. So it's important that when we say Ruto must go, we are not just talking about Ruto leaving the presidency, but we are talking about Ruto and all his henchmen, including Raila himself, to make sure, even the Wamunyoros, that whatever crime they had committed in this country, they must face justice. This is important for us. They have to face justice. So we are not saying you go to Sugoi and start enjoying your loot. No, we are not. We are saying you must go and leave the state house, and after that you must be tried, and justice for all your criminal acts must be taken clear of. So this is important to clarify for Ruto. And the whole nonsense of overemphasis of destruction of property is the most annoying part of it, because there is no property that is equivalent to human life. You don't kill people, and then every time they tell us the police has a right to protect the property. Yes, the police has a right to protect the property, but the police has no right to kill people, to kill Albert Ojwang and all the people, to Alex Masai. So if you do not want destructions to happen, or you don't want people to go to the street, make sure that you don't kill people, make sure that you run a government that is pro people. Then there will be nobody who will be going to the street to reject your government. But at the moment, we have cornered your malpractices, and we are willing to hold you squarely responsible. So destruction of the property it is, but the death of human beings, of course, it is. You cannot, even though Albert Ojwang's father was given some 4.5 million, but how many Albert Ojwang's fathers have existed? And what informed the decisions for president to give personal money and Raila to give personal money, and the governor of Homa Bay to give personal money, and what part of this personal money was really personal? Because maybe they have just drawn this money from government, which is the people's money, and gave it out in a way to try and tell Raila and Raila supporters that indeed Albert Ojwang was just an unfortunate case, but the other people deserve to die. No, no, no. If the other people deserve to die, then it's not justice. So I will just want to, at this point say that let's continue to demand that Dangwin actually be free, and the state should produce Darwin dead or alive. This is important. We must also demand that the three comrades that are spending, the night today on the cold floor of Muthaiga, our dear comrade Generali and his two other political prisoners, we must demand that they are being held. Their being held is illegal, and they must be released tomorrow unconditionally. And finally, we must continue to use also this space to call out people to turn out in large numbers on Sabasaba Day, because Sabasaba Day is a day of martyrdom. This is a day to remember all the people that have sacrificed their lives in the street to make sure that today we can enjoy the same democratic space, that we can enjoy an expanded democratic space. And we're also contributing to actually expand that democratic space. Now, there is also, I hope Gakuya is still in the house. I can also see Dikembe here, who has been reckless online in terms of, attacking the Democrat, the people that are in the street and mocking the dead people. But we have forum with them as long as Hillary allows you, but we will not, stop to call you out. But Gakuya should know also that he has a responsibility and a clear responsibility in terms of legislation, because now President William Samoei Ruto is rallying parliamentaries to pass an anti-demonstration bill, especially to try and tell us that he will be able to dictate where we are going to demonstrate. So that tomorrow he can tell us demonstration is just in Dandora, or he can tell us that demonstration is only in Githurai, and then he mobilizes the security forces and we demonstrate in in a designated area. That is not what we want to do. That is not what you should be doing. So what I would like yes, I'm just going to land now. So what I would just want to bring to Gakuya and all other legislators, that the legislation to control demonstrations must fail. And if they don't fail, then definitely the Kenyan people will come after you. And we will demonstrate anywhere, anytime, when we like it, because it is our constitutional right. And there's nothing they can do about it. The only thing you can do is kill us, but you cannot kill all of us. So this is my humble appeal to all of you, comrades. We hope to see you in the streets, Saba Day, and it will be a total shutdown. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, Comrade Buka. I would like to bring the Honorable Member of Parliament, Gakuya, to respond to a couple of things. There was a question from Anthony about a petition to Parliament by Anthony, and then the other questions were what legislative proposals will you table to stop this state-sponsored violence and digital suppression? Will you support a motion to amend the Cyber Crime Act and repeal the clause being used to stifle free speech? Will you push for accountability, not just for rogue officers, but for all political sponsors of violence against peaceful protest? And the final question was from Comrade Buka, the anti-demonstration bill, where the government want to have a demonstration in a certain areas, cage people together there, and have the demonstration there. That's the question for you. Thank you. Honorable Gakuo, the mic is yours.
Let me just move to the response very quickly. And I want first and foremost to agree with the first assignment that should I frontier myself to table the petition that will be brought to the House by Kenyans. The answer is I'm very ready, I'm very ready, and I can assure the audience tonight that because the process of petitioning, one, I have to represent the people, and that the petition must come from the people. And my business is to make sure that I table the petitions on the floor of the House and seek for and lobby for the supporters of the same petition. It's very important to just to highlight a little bit that the process is as simple as that, because the petition is that when the petition comes, the petition is being loaded to the Speaker of the National Assembly, and once it's approved by the Speaker, then it sees the light of the day at the chamber, And as the chamber, I will read the petition as written by the petitioners. And after that, the petition will be taxed by the speaker to a committee that is a petitions committee. And that particular petition committee will do their finding and report back to the floor of the House. And I will be having an opportunity to challenge or to weigh out whatever the report that will be tabled back by that petition committee. Because currently we have under our standing orders, we have that committee which is which is entitled to deal with petitions. And therefore, let me guarantee the audience tonight that I will do the needful to represent the petitioners and make sure that I will represent read the petition, the floor of the House, and the rest will follow. Number two, let me move to the other areas of concern. I did listen very carefully, and there is a matter to do with the destruction of the country by the grid. I want I want also in this particular one want to consider and to agree with the presenter of this, that Wakili, that this country can move to Haina because of the grid. And it's unfortunate that at any particular moment, people move to choose their leaders and their expectation, because the power is to the sovereign and the people are the sovereign. And therefore, they only delegate power to the elected leaders to represent them, because not every single Kenyan can fit to be at the floor of the House. And that's why the Constitution has allowed 280 constituencies and plus 47 number of women left and a few number of 12 nominated, which constitute to be 349 members of the National Assembly. And in the Senate, we have the same kind of structure, but with a few. But what I can say, it is true. This country is supposed to be checked by the two houses, and the two houses must not be in the pocket of the executive. And where Kenya we are going wrong is for the national the parliament to be in the bed with the executive, and that's why we are going wrong. The executive should not take any muscle or micromanaging the independence of the National Assembly or the Parliament. But today, executive is taking charge, and it is the one which is micromanaging the National Assembly. And that is why you can imagine the turnout of over 300 members of Parliament to purge Gachagua out of during his petition. But I can tell you for sure, the reason why this turnout was as much as that is because the executive uses resources, and these resources are resources that have been harnessed from the taxpayers to buy off what we call elected members of the houses. It is unfortunate because we have I have a testimony that members of parliament last time, they were paid up 500,000 each to vote against to vote Gashagua's petition. And number two, I also noticed that in Senate, the stake was higher, and they were getting as much as 5 million each. And this is too unfortunate when elected leaders of the people can turn against the will of the people. Because during the public participation, Kenyans were very clear. If you are going to remove Makanga, remove both the Makanga and the driver. But you see, in this particular case, because of the compromise, it went the route that the executive wanted. Even today, it will be very unfortunate to find very nasty policies passing through the floor of the House. And the reason why these policies will be passing the floor of the House is because of the compromise. But if the members who are the people's representatives can stand firm and protect the will of the people, nothing can go wrong. And let me tell you, executive, no matter how wrong it is, can be tamed by the two houses. But when the two houses are compromised, then to get an independent cause is very hard. Number two, we also call out the speaker of the two houses. They cannot be seen at any single moment as if they are siding with the government because they are supposed to play a neutral role. And it's unfortunate when the speaker seems to be taking a role in the favor of a particular direction. Let me state that Parliament, and this one I'm going to direct to the electorates. Electorates are the one who elects members of the House. So I would like to ask them tonight, team were members of Parliament, right there at the constitutional level, so that when they come to represent you at the floor of the House, they can be able to move to the direction of the people, but not the direction of you who is executive. And if this works, then we can make it. I can assure you, anything that public wants to be taken through the floor of the House, we shall push, including these Weber laws. But I can tell you, if the members of the House will still going to be compromised the way they used to be, then you can expect that things will move to the hazard, but the motion will flop or the bill will flop out of that grid. And until that grid is tamed, and the only person with the keys to tame this grid is the electorate, because they are the people who makes the choice, and they can be able to. They have powers to sack, and they have powers to elect. And I think if we can move to that direction, we can make it. We can make it easy. Together, we rally behind securing the nation. It is true that, in fact, at the point in place we are today, if the nation, at the point we are, is not going to heal, then we are going to, then wherever we are heading to what we call to the dogs. Then, therefore, my also call is that because if the fish rots, the fish start rotting from the head. And therefore, I am calling it upon to the head of state. He is the one who should call for this particular conversation, a conversation conference where Kenyans can come in what we call Kenyans of various dimensions, churches and everybody else. We come close. Let us talk about how do we heal and make peace to this country, because we cannot have a country which is equivalent to Haiti when it is our Kenyan mission which has gone to secure Haiti. If we can secure the what we call international countries, why can't we start to secure our country? And my only concern is that the head of state is the holder of the mantle, because the head of state is the carrier of the symbol of the national unity, and he is the one entitled to bring the country together. But when you start now bringing issues to divide Kenyans, after any demonstration like this one, we want to name this kind of demonstrations that demonstration was Kikuyu factor. This is totally wrong. It is a diversionary route to just make Kenyans get lost. But the beauty is Kenyans are ahead of everybody else, and they understand how these are working. When we have rogue CSs like Kipchumba Murkomen calling, yes,
Yeah, land, and then we get back to you again. Thank you. I give you 2 minutes to land, and then we can.
Okay. Finally, let me say very clear that as a member of parliament, I am a frontier. I do everything possible what is required to be done to the floor of the house, and as one of the speaker asked for only making sure that things are at the hazard, I will make sure that even though any motion is defeated, it has gone through to the hazard. And this one, I totally commit that we shall do whatever we can, whatever number we are, to make sure that the voice of the people is heard on the floor of the house.
Thank you. Anthony, I give you 1 quick minute before we go jump to Dikembe, and then ask you a question, and then let's go to the next speaker. Thank you. And then Russ, go ahead before I go to Anthony.
Anthony, hold, Anthony Kidogo. Thank you. And I wanted to come in, Hillary, quickly, because there is something I don't want us to lose. And there are individuals I don't want us to lose what they have been writing and what they have been telling the nation. we should not be, we are trying to get a new country, a new face. We must hold accountable our government, and in one accord, we have agreed as a country that this administration has failed in all aspects. It has failed. So if you have been given the task of praising it, yako. Let me just begin somewhere. Because I don't want us to lose the conversation. Albert Ojwang died. Today, the people involved in Albert gruesome murder are walking outside there. They were involved even in the protest that we had last time. They were in full combat uniform, and we were told that they had stepped aside. That is impunity. And there are individuals on this even platform that keep on telling us this is a very good government. Secondly, Boniface Kariuki, shot at close range in broad day cameras, died long time ago. But the state has decided to manage our anger, to take us side by side, so that they can frame all this movement, they can decorate this whole movement as an uprising from a certain region of people. This is the nonsense that we are going to disassociate ourselves, not only as a people of a certain region, but as a country. And I love when people like Hillary, people like Buka continue standing on the principles that they started with. Mimi naongea hapa na uchungu kwa sana when I see somebody like Digembe who has been calling out William Ruto since tukimfuata online, and then all of a sudden a monster called broad-based government comes in, and then you line up a group of bloggers to continue defending this regime. This regime is not defendable. It cannot be defended. It has let down the doctors. We cannot sit in a country whereby there is no money even for food to children, feeding program. But we have CSS, we have big people in this government working with million watches, wananunua viatu za mamilioni, showing us outright opulence. And you want us to sit and think people are working hard for their money, when literally they are looting our economy. And then when we ask these questions, you want to push a narrative. This is a tribal war. No. Kenyans, kindly hold all opinion shapers. Kwa sababu, the same way we will hold Honorable Gakuya to account of anything, even the Honorable Gakuya. I know Dikembe came because maybe Gakuya was here. We will hold Gakuya also responsible for the many utterances they were in the administration now that they are out. Because we need a total reset in this country. We are desperate to start from scratch. Na kama tutaanza chini, I know the opposition is being threatened because Hillary let us agree as a country. The opposition thinks that now, sisi wakati tumeenda kwa maandamano, we are threatening a position whereby if things don't go wrong, they can negotiate power. We cannot live in a country where we give billions to an electoral process and then end up tukishamaliza tunaenda maandamano and then people end up with a handshake. No. That one will not happen again in this country. My fellow GNZ and millenniums, we will fight for our country to the bitter end. Na hatujaacha hapo na tutaendelea.
Thank you. I agree with you. I think we are always tolerant people. We can always disagree, and we can always call out what we may not agree with what others will say, but we will still call out on them, and we'll give them the opportunity to give their view. Having said that, let's bring in Anthony, and then we go to Dikembe, and then we can hear his view. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdi. Thank you, Razdi, for that submission. Now, I just wanted to know how can we get in touch with Honorable Gakuya's office? If you can tell me, or because I already have the petition. So if you can say on this day you can come, we see your petition, where it needs some amendments so that it suits what our petition should look like for Parliament. We do the corrections, and now we get the ball rolling. I just wanted that to know when he's available so that we can actually get this thing going.
Honorable Kakuya, can you text Hillary inbox and then we can have that conversation? Asante sana.
That I will.
Okay.
That I will.
Asante sana. Now I will just bring in Dikembe. And as we all know, he has been a vocal supporter of the government, even during when it was very controversial moments, as Honorable Buka said. As you join us in this tolerant space that embraces divergent views, as I said, we are keen to hear your perspective. Also, we will hope to engage openly and respectfully with the concerns raised by fellow citizens as we seek an honest dialogue. So the mic is yours, and there's no name calling, and we want to have this conversation, and we keep it respectful. Asante sana, Dikembe, the mic is yours. Dikembe, Ras, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So first, I want to say I'm grateful for getting the platform to have this conversation with fellow Kenyans. I'm not speaking on behalf of the government. I also want to make that clear. I join the families who've lost loved ones. Uh, I feel as sad as any a sister or brother, mother or father who has lost a loved one in these protests. As you know, some of us have been protesting for much longer. So losing people in protests, protesting over people lost through police brutality, these things appear new to a certain generation of people, but they're not entirely new to my generation of people. We've been protesting over these things for years now. So I just wanted to bring that distinction up because it appears to me that some people imagine that for the first time, say in 20 years, that protests are happening. Protests have been going on in this country for as long as you can recall. The only difference right now is that there are certain groups that have not been protesting who've joined the picket line. And I want to assume that they found nobody on the picket line. There have always been people on the picket line. Having said so, I also want to say that a movement must be careful who their allies are and who are essentially liabilities to a movement. Let's take Honorable Gakuya, for instance. If this movement wants to trust him with the petition he claims he can present in parliament, where is that capacity? Where has that capacity been demonstrated in past events? Put differently, it's very easy to, right now, postures as an ally of a movement and then stall it when so much has been put on you. So if, for instance, Gakuya claims that he can present a petition in parliament, this petition then has to be subjected through normal parliamentary processes. And he said them. He said that this bill will then go to the committee. The committee will then, set their timelines and dates. They listen to or hear this bill, the petitioners, and then this particular bill is to be subjected to public participation. It means that your petition will have to go to 210 constituencies across the country. Now, that is what we call rule of law or rule of processes. We are a constitutional democracy. It means that in that committee where this particular petition is going to be found, there are other petitions. These petitions have to be handled by the same MPs. So what I'm trying to say is this: is this movement even ready to subject itself to the wait list? These are important questions you need so that Gakuya can give you, or Honorable Gakuya can give you specific timelines that this petition, if I take it to parliament next week, when am I likely to come back with the feedback? that this is where this petition has reached. Is it after 1 month, after 2 months, and all that? And is the movement, as I see it, willing to wait that long? So I repeat, a movement should not have people who are essentially liabilities posing as assets. The other thing I want to speak to is something that I think Comrade Buka Omole had spoken about, and this question of Ruto must go, Ruto must go, which most of you here, uh, speak about, but do not give us the how bit of it. The country right now, a new IBC has been constituted. That IBC has been subjected to a judicial process. There is a legal tussle going on. Now, a year ago, one of the issues we had in this country was the fact that we didn't have an IBC. IBC had not been constituted. There has been a movement towards constituting IBC, and today there is an IBC whose constitution is still a subject of litigation. So those people are telling us Ruto must go, then which IBC is to, for instance, elect or conduct the next elections? Who is to set the next dates? Or these things are not going to matter. And if they're not going to matter, then these people are telling us that if, for instance, the people were deposed, if there is ever going to be that moment, feel aggrieved by the outcomes of the people who've come to power, that they also can now do the same things that are going on right now. So what country are we going to have? What justifications are we going to have to wait for 5 years if, for instance, I don't agree with the next president who comes in? Why not wage a war on him a month after elections, 2 years after elections, 3 years after elections? So what we are saying is the how in moving forward has to be clear so that we stop just sloganeering. Buka and most of my friends are back to sloganeering. And that is the stuff you do in your 20s. In your 20s. But most of these guys are not Gen Zs. They need to live the reality of the age. They need to live the reality of the age. Sloganeering is not how you learn. Now tell us, how do we move forward? How do we move forward with all these questions
Yeah,
that
go
we're
ahead.
bringing? So it's not like I support the government. I just want a country that sets the rules, and those rules protect everyone, and everybody subject themselves to those rules. We don't shift
Yep, I
goalposts
have a
when we
question.
are out.
Yeah. First, I want to thank you. At the In the beginning, you talked about the heart of the protest is the rule of law. And you believe this government is upholding the rule of law? And my other question, thank you for your empathy anyway, to tribute to the life loss, but let's go back to the basics. What you say, you are asking, what has this protest been about for you? Are we still fighting for the same cause, or the focus has shifted since you went back to the government? Are we still fighting for good governance? Thank you.
I think that there are certain things that don't change. Uh, those of us who've been fighting for good governance continue to fight for good governance even today. And one of the things that we are saying, and that I'm saying, is that our country is better off. If you're talking about good governance, our country is today an improvement from what it was, in the manner in which the cabinet was organized, the presidency was organized. Our country is better off today than it was 2 years ago, or when the June protests occurred. You cannot tell me, for instance, that we can compare the Honorable Gachagua and the Honorable Kindiki. Listen to what Gachagua said today, for instance, later, because if we're talking about leadership, we are talking about individuals. We have to be led by people. And if you're saying that this person cannot lead us, we have to give that charge. We have to say why this person cannot lead us. And we are saying that the language, the rhetoric, the toxicity that comes from some of our leaders is not good for the entirety of the country. And so you have to look at all our leaders and say, who is the most toxic at this level? And we are saying that in the organization of the presidency, there was a problem there. There was a problem on how some leaders even interpreted the entirety of the country. Today, a leader can still speak to the question of, say, for instance, the people who've suffered in downtown looting in Nairobi, and he comes out and says that this particular issue was, directed to this group and this group only. And we are saying, we are talking about governance, and we are saying this such a character represents the best of us. He represents our voices, and then you're telling us then that what he says is your voice. We can do better. So so I'm saying that we are better off today in the organization of government than we were when some of these characters who are today claiming. Let us take, for instance, Honorable Muturi. 10 years as Speaker of the National Assembly, at a time when the country witnessed some of the worst mutilations of even this particular constitution. It may not have been amended, but the manner in which it was weakened by laws that removed police independence, laws that reduced, freedom of expression, freedom of movement. There was a time in this country that we went to court to oppose a law that stated that you could hold somebody in jail for 90 days. Some of these characters who are today lecturing us about good governance supported those laws. So what
Dikembe,
we're saying is that there is a pattern to this, there's a history to this, and we have to speak to these things wholesomely so that we move on together.
thank you, thank you. I see there is a lot of hands up. We'll still get back to you, but for real, I want to ask you: does good governance now mean just having a seat at the table to dine while others bleed in the street? As police brutality intensifies, the rule of law crumbles. Can we honestly say the regime respects justice, or someone has been co-opted while the rest of us fight for a country at the brink? It's not about a slogan. It's about, I believe, if you still believe the cause from these people, it is a demand for survival, dignity, and constitutional order. I don't know what's your take briefly. And
Abdi, briefly on that, the judicial system, the criminal justice system of the country has not changed much from what it was a year or so ago. And a year or so ago, we were saying that this criminal justice system needs reforms. We are saying that the legal system needs reforms. And so when you come to 2024, 2025, and you too come to that conclusion, it is not those of us who had reached that point to be lectured on what good governance means. We know what good governance means. We knew what good governance means then, and we know what good governance will mean in the future. And that's why we are saying that this route we are taking as a country is not good governance. And if we were right a year ago, 2 years ago, 10 years ago, you may actually believe that we may actually be right now.
Abdi, my fellow co-host, let me ask this before we bring others, because there are so many hands that are up. From what Digembe has said, Abdi, Hillary, I will start by where Digembe. Digembe, first of all, has said that he has talked about the IBC. And he's insinuating, he's saying, how do we tell Ruto to go when an IBC has just been? And he has talked of a court process that was there. I don't know if Digembe is in Kenya, because the president, IBC has been gazetted despite an active court order. The court stopped this process, but the government, because he started initially by saying, I'm not speaking for the government, but the way he's talking, he's speaking on the government, which is okay. Now answer us on the IEBC. The second, you have said you have been on this train for very too long. There are some of you who understand the country better. You have been protesting for a very long period. Is this country about a contest whereby they have those who have been very long in the system, that they are supposed to be benefit? Because this is what we are seeing in this country. There are people who think there are spaces that they have occupied for too long. There is a threat. There is a threat to those spaces. And if it means for them to compromise the constitution, because you have talked also about the constitution and the respect of the rule of law, I'm asking you, the government that you support, have you seen it respect the rule of law? Have you seen it respect the constitution? My last point, my good friend Digembe, you have talked something about anarchy, and you have talked something about businesses. The business that were looted in Nairobi, I take you back to our first protest about Ojwang. We saw clips whereby the leaders that you sit today in government with were somewhere in Western Province. They were given instructions, Farouk to Sakaja, to go and take care of the city. Before we knew it, MCAs in Nairobi were converging at City Hall and organizing goons. We have seen pictures where goons are working with police hand in hand. Is this what you are calling the rule of law and the respect of the constitution? And most of these leaders that have been mentioned in this are leaders in the party that you support. Kindly highlight that or explain that to the nation.
Okay, Dikembe, as you take note, we'll cycle back to you. I'll have to give Honorable Gakuo the right to respond. I will give Redemptor and Honorable Buka, and then we cycle back to you. How about that? Honorable Gakuya, go ahead.
Here I am present. One, let me acknowledge that Igembe purported that the petition may not see the light of the day. But I just want to confirm to the audience tonight that once the petition is launched through the Speaker's office, it's the Speaker who approves any petition. It is not a member of Parliament. And after that approval of that particular petition by the Speaker, then it sees the light of the day because it gets off to the chamber. And after coming to the chamber, it's only require a member to read the petition as written by the petitioners. And after that, from that, then the Speaker directs where this petition should be committed to. And in this particular petition, it should be committed to the petition committee. And that petition committee can have timelines, which is between 2 weeks to maybe 3 months, depending on the weight of the matter. But the petition does not require public participation, because what happens, the committee will call those who matters with to be questionable to that particular petition, and thereafter they make a report and they table to the floor of the House that report. And that report, the petitioner has, through the member of Parliament, has the right to ask questions on whether that the report is viable or not viable, and it ends there. Number two, let me also allude to that particular also element of where he said that if the William Ruto cannot be in power today, the constitution is very clear, and the constitution has given the guidelines. And when any president, Kenya president, ceases to be the head of state, there is no election. The deputy president takes over to the rest of the term. And if both of them ceases to be in the office, then the third person who takes over is the Speaker of the National Assembly, not the Senate, for 60 days. And that's when, after 60 days, an election can be called. And on matters to do with IBC, I am sure as we speak, the commission is already gazetted. It's only that due to the court order, I am sure that that is the delay for their swearing in. But I'm sure anytime now, even the courts of this land are aware of the urgency and the necessity to have this particular matter through, so that we can be within our timeline for the next election. So in short, there is nowhere that we can start to say that there is nothing that is not possible to be done. It can be done, and it can be done within the Constitution as stipulated by the Constitution. And finally, on the matters to do with the element of when we want to fight for our rights, it is important to consider that Kenyans have their rights, and they cannot, if nobody is ready to listen to them, they have their right to picketing, and they have their right to demonstrate. This is the right in the constitution. So therefore, the duty of any sitting government is to protect the demonstrators, but not vice versa. As we witnessed Sakaja and his team using what we call illegal goons to terrorize the city. Those goons were well manned by the security agencies all the way, and we witnessed them mugging Kenyans, mugging pedestrians, and equally rooting in our business empire. And that is the nonsense that we are saying we cannot stand it to stomach going forward. Thank you.
Abdi, as you bring them somebody else, we want to notify our Kenyans that we have a lot of people on the speaker, and we need other people to speak up the Abdi, because today is Kenyans. We want to hear Kenyans what they're saying. So as we give mic, let us also consider those who are speaking that we have more than 20 requests now. So we consider that. Go ahead, Abdi.
Yeah, let's
That's I think
lady,
I'm
lady to speak now. Let's Redemptor speak, and then we go to Milton, and then we go in that. Their hands are up. Thank you.
Thank you. I was about to, I'm raising my hand to bring the
Yeah,
soft power,
okay.
the feminine energy in the room, because it is necessary. We were all backed by a woman. And one of the guests today was a mother who came through a lawyer because she didn't even have the words. You usually know me as Redemptor. Leo mimi ni Mwikali, and I want to wear that African hat as I speak to this matter. I hear a lot about what used to happen. We used to andamana. People died in 2023. Nobody spoke up. And my word to anybody who thinks that is there's a new sheriff in town. And the new sheriff is reset button. Things have to change. I'm very happy to see a member of parliament. So I have a message to the MPs. And I've heard the words that Kenya can go to the dogs. And we cancel those words. Words have power. Kenya will not go to the dogs. Bad leadership will leave. Now, I am asking our MPs, including the one Mheshimiwa on the House, what are MPs afraid of? Do they have something to lose or something to hide? Because what I see is they come to spaces like us and they grieve like us. This should be done. This has not been done. And Hillary always challenges us to give an action. So today I have an action. And my message to anybody who has ever been a leader in this country or is a leader, it doesn't matter if you got amputated because of this country, people are bleeding. And mine is, can we de-escalate? And the people who are fanning the fire, unfortunately, are not the young people of this country. It is the leaders. And I'm challenging people to say this. A lot of you started out as Christians, including Murkomen, Kalonzo was in CU, the president was in CU. And you remember in my age group, there's a song we raised our hands and said, Akinita nitaitika. And there's nothing as dangerous as someone who has conviction. And so young people today have conviction and they believe they have been sent. Forget about the ones who've been sent by the devil. There's a group here, we are talking about 80% Christians. And that's the MPs I'm addressing now through this honorable member, Labda Mtanisikiza. And I'm saying this, we need a refund for the prayer breakfasts. Because you can't you can't be joining and go to get clips in parliament. And Dikembe, you're here and you associate with people who have become bloggers instead of being members of parliament. I can name a few, but they are fueling the fire. They are refusing to de-escalate. We have a woman who was saying, marehemu watarajiwa. If that is the face of this regime, then we are in trouble. And I hope they're the ones who will go to the dogs and not Kenya. And I'll finish by saying this. You held a prayer service and you prayed very passionately. So it means in that parliament, there are two forces. And the forces of good are keeping quiet. When somebody said today we had an MP called Kosgei, huwa hao watu ukiwaona wazazi wakuja kuchukua mwili. And I want to speak about Dangwin very briefly. I know I don't have a lot of time. He's a Christian young man. He's 31 years old. He's been in our spaces. And he used to be very passionate. Yes, and I hope he's alive. I don't want to hear about bodies anymore. And I'm saying, please, if you're still keeping Dangwin, do not touch my anointed one. He's been doing what he's doing out of conviction. And he lay himself on the altar of God and said, Akiniita nitaitika. So maybe you have another altar where you want to sacrifice the young men of this country. Do not steal from the altar of God, because these young people who have conviction that they serve a living God, that God has sent them to save their country, they are willing to die for this country. So if you kill them, you have robbed God of somebody who gave themselves as a living sacrifice. Sijui niseme watu waseme amen. So I'll finish by saying this. I hope that the judiciary is the only adult in the room. I don't care how much bashing you want to give it. And people have a lot of expectation. They should talk this. They didn't say this. They didn't say this. I am happy they are quiet, because the words that are coming out of the other arms of government are breaking this country into ruins, into tiny pieces. And the media, people have died. Nobody wants a child to die. I am a parent of people who go to those streets. We beg them not to go to the streets. They go, they say, I'm ready to die than be miserable, than to see someone come and say, Ichungwa, now taja nyinyi wote, oh, ile motion mlikuwa mnakat finance bill. Did you have to do that? Do you know what that sounds like? Juvenile. It sounds like nye, 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 nye. It sounds like that, and we need to tell you this. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're a Christian in this nation, I'm now speaking as Redemptor who raised their hands at the age of 19 and said, send me, I will go. That's why I've also written my obituary, not in words, but with my deeds. So anybody who is coming on online and saying, calling young people marehemu watarajiwa, then you belong to the other kingdom. And so anyone who belongs to the kingdom of light, please speak up. Even in that parliament, want to see change. People speak in parliament for sound bites, for TikToks. Guess what? There's a new sheriff in town. People are now listening to the young people, and some of the things they're saying are not pleasant to watch. They're desperate. I started this by saying intravenous drug users who are given safe needles so that they don't get HIV. So we have to keep our young people safe. So today I address the nation on the basis of our faith. Mama Dangwini is a Christian. The son serves God, goes for fellowship, hosts a space to pray for Kenya. So he posted a timetable. So what? Raila Omolo Odinga swore himself and you didn't kill the people around him. Muliwangaisha kidogo, but you did not kill them. So all the utterances that are coming out of our leaders from the highest office, they are not de-escalating this situation. It is kiburi, kiburi, kiburi. And I say pride comes before a fall. So if you support the system, you're defending a salary. You have something to lose. And then you're telling people who have nothing to lose, we will kill you. Your parents will come for the bodies. So I feel like people in their 50s cannot even address the young people because they're either very bad parents or very bad human beings. So they address us. They threaten us. They threaten to kill our children. And it's getting worse. And people come here with very good words, and Redemptor speaks those words about revolution versus movement. How about an uprising that is going to be instigated by people who come and say, we will do whatever it takes? Ukiona risasi si nyingi, watu wamekuwa wengi, that is careless talk. That is ungodly talk. So, as surely as the sun rises and sets, as surely as the Lord liveth, if my people who are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray, I will hear and heal their land. I've heard the deputy president say, what if God says it's 2 terms? What if God says there's no term? What if God says, I will punish you for how you punish my people? Sorry, I didn't mean to preach. And I'm not doing this. I stopped preaching. I used to preach in prison. I used to deal with people who have committed murder. And God has grace on them. But arrogance, the sins that God hates, one of them is yantosha. Vifo, zintosha. I live at the coast. Mali ambayo mmepata imetosha. You can't get any richer than that. And the last one, and maybe to shame them, it is only weak men. It is only weak men who send boys to fight their fights. Media, please, we appreciate you want sensational reporting. We can't have people die and the next person you invite is a politician, not a grieving mother. KTN, you should have called the mother of Dangwin for an interview. It's sad for me. It is sad for me because we are blaming victims. The youth of this country are the victims of people who have refused to listen to them. Leo niko na kilio for Kenya. People died. 2 young people were shot in my hometown. My hometown will never be the same again. They will never look at this leadership the same again. These young people have conviction, and you're convincing young people with money. So you're sending conviction and convincing to the streets. And what do you expect? A bloodbath. This blood is on your hands. And I don't care about the people who used to go to the trenches before. It doesn't matter. That was your turn, and flowers for you, and we thank you. Stop downplaying what these young people, they are making history the way people made history in other generations. The only thing we can support them, and all the legacy politicians, it's also time to say, you know what, that dance was good. You have homes, you have savings, you don't have to pay rent. Our young people can't even marry. Our young women are destroyed. They're selling themselves on TikTok and on all the other things because you don't give them a chance. I am weeping for the women of this nation. I am ashamed about women in leadership. Gladys Shola, you come and insult a senior citizen because he was holding the hand of a mother. It doesn't matter if you think, oh, atakutumia. He is doing something. So people are in those streets. Maybe people are doing a social experiment and they wanted to see how many people would come. Okay, so you did. So you know people are rejecting this leadership. And you said, the president said, the 3 things that you people want, mnapenda nchi yenu, amtaki viongozi na mtaka niende. So you know, you're forgotten. A young man was killed in a cell. A young man, he represents Danguin tonight. So sorry, Hillary and all the others I got. Today I'm emotional because I didn't expect what happened on that Wednesday. I didn't even expect people to come. I didn't expect people from my village to come out. You are downplaying the people who came out. Those numbers were massive. It was a history-making moment. So many Kenyans have never come out of their own appeal. One young woman told me, tukiitwa tena tutatoka. And I asked who is calling them. Why am I convinced it's the voice of God calling some of them? And then the devil sends people to come and destroy their lives and rape them and beat them with sticks that are bought with our money. This country is in mourning. This country is hurting. It's time people step aside and let nature take its course. And nature means it is when it is itueka, when it is time for people to hand over power to the next generation, they do it with grace. How I pray people will be paralyzed in their beds for making fun and saying tutaua watoto wenu mkuja kuchukua mwili. I am praying very bad prayers for you people. I am praying very radical prayers. And there are women and many people who are hiding in their bunkers praying for fire and brimstone to fall on this nation. Because the wickedness in this country has got it to a level that, and you call the name of God and you have a prayer breakfast and use millions, you furnish a house. What are you doing in that house? And there's a woman there who prays. It's time, people. It's time. We are being overrun by evil. You keep calling it system. You keep talking about 1963. No, it's just when good men keep quiet. It's when the silent majority have something to lose and they're afraid of losing. But you're going to lose it all. You've refused to listen to these young people. And I will repeat, and I'm not hating on my sisters and women, but if you are the biggest TikToker promoting people being hurt, honestly, you will not live to be 50 like me. Honestly, you will not. Hatred is like a cancer. So Dikembe talk about toxicity. It is in those blogs. Stop fighting with children. Stop fighting with the young people. Listen to what they are saying. That's a cry of a mother. That's a cry of a nation. Sorry, today I got emotional.
Asante sana, Rebecca, Redemptor. Thank you very much for your presentation. I think we have over 20 people waiting on the mic. We're around 7,000 people in this space. I will give the mic to Dr. Milton. Anthony, I'll give you 1 minute, then we go to Milton, and then we go to Comrade Buka to respond before we cycle back to Dikembe. Asante sana.
Can I say something real quick before Anthony? Because I was next.
Go ahead. Okay.
Mine is very simple. Mwikali, thank you so much for what you have said. If anybody has a heart, they would listen to you. But I want to address the Kembe. First of all, I appreciate that you have had the courage to come and speak in the manner that you have spoken. But I want to address you because when I started, I addressed Raila Odinga and I said, Raila Odinga, the Raila Odinga today is not the Raila Odinga that I have supported. And I want to ask you one simple question. what does good governance look to you? Because I've heard you say that the country is better today than it was before. And the only thing you've alluded to is that Rigiji is no longer in government and that Kithure Kindiki speaks better, looks better, is more educated. Honestly speaking. And you've talked about having been on the streets fighting. But I want to ask you, what is it that you were fighting for that was not there today, that William Ruto's administration today has provided for the Kenyan people? I want you to be very, very crystal clear and granular in answering that question, because I know the things that Raila Odinga stood for when he called for maandamano every single time. And in my conviction, as somebody who voted for Raila Odinga in 2022, and I did not just vote for him, I spent money traversing the country campaigning for him and telling Kenyans why William Ruto was a bad choice. But today, the Raila Odinga, I am convinced, and I have addressed him directly. I have texted him, and I told him, on this one, I am not with you, and I beg to differ, and I will never support this decision. So, Dikembe, tell me, because I was with you in supporting Azimio and Raila Odinga, tell me today, when you address Kenyans on this platform and tell us that Kenya is better off today. Are you telling me that the only good thing we were fighting for is the removal of Gashagwa from the government? Is that why we asked Kenyans to come out and carry sufurias on their heads in 2023? Or was it simply, anyway, tell me what it is that we were fighting for when we were on the same side that is today, has today been availed, has today been delivered, and therefore you can come here and tell us that we should be quiet when this administration is Moi 2.0 on steroids. I would want, please, and I beg, allow Dikembe to give a list and enumerate the things that make good governance better today than it was 2 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony, before I go to the Kembe, I give you 1 minute, and then I want to give also Honorable Buka to respond, and then Dikembe can pick it up from there. Thank you.
Mine will be very short. Dikembe asked why, if I can trust Honorable Gakuya with the work we want to do, I am willing to do with him. Dikembe, this country, 7 point something million of us made a mistake of trusting William Ruto with our votes. And today we are crying. You ask me if I'm going to, if I can make the decision to trust Honorable Gakuya. Not that if I have made it, I will do it and I will work with him. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Comrade Buka, I give you 2-3 minutes to make a response, then we go to Dikembe. Dikembe, after Honorable Buka, I'll give you the mic. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm sorry because I got a bit angry at Dikembe's comments. Maybe I should get a bit composed about it because of the amount of blood that has been shed on the street and the complacence that comes to this space. And in fact, I was going to blame Hillary. Why does he invite such anti-people government bloggers to come and, just to talk rubbish to us? It is really, it's really sad that we have to go. But without losing my emotions, what I just wanted to say is that
Did we lose Honorable Buka? We can hear you.
I think we lose Buka. So
Dikembe, then.
we need more ladies to come up, Abdi, to come up.
Oh,
But also those who are giving mic. take 2 minutes. That is better. Actually, we have a lot of requests, but also we want to hear everybody what they're saying. But we usually say this at Pressure Point team that when you talk, give us a solution and way forward. You know, that is very important, and that's the key. That's why we're here, Kenyans, and we're speaking. So, thank you so much, Abdi. Who is coming next?
Yeah, so now I will bring in Dikembe. Welcome again, Dikembe, as someone who has consistently supported the current regime. What do you see as the way forward? Because for this country, especially in the light of recent protests, national unrest, do you believe the government you support has truly listened to the people? And what reforms, if any, do you think are urgently needed to restore public trust? I will also leave it there as you respond to all other questions from Milton and all the rest. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdi. I want to say you asked about way forward, and I want to say that the way forward is this: we need to remove from the minds of many people the notion that you can remove a democratically elected Kenyan government only 2 years in power through a street uprising, regardless of what name you give that uprising. We need to subject ourselves to a well defined mechanism to sustain and stabilize our country. We cannot gamble with how these countries run so that we end up in where Sudan finds itself, where other countries in our region finds themselves. How past generations responded to this question was to institute a system of governance where leaders can be changed after every 5 years. If we have a problem with 5 years, we can reduce it to 2 years, but we must first anchor that process in the constitution. Number two, I still go back to asking these people who are saying uh, Ruto must go. And the reason why I go back to this is this: how? How? They have to give us that. Some have talked about Article 146 of the Constitution. I always don't like arguing public issues by these direct references to the Constitution. I think the legal class in this country has made public politics uh, something that has to be very complex. But public politics or citizen politics has to be simpler so that a nursery school teacher has the same understanding of public issues as a professor. So this Article 146 talks about a vacancy in the presidency through resignation, death, and other things. Now, the only option that is left for Ruto, because he's not incapacitated, he's saying, I can still manage the country. And there are indications that he's managing the country well. Some people asked me, give us indication, what is it that has changed back then that Ruto has achieved? Today, as we speak, the government announced that counties, it owes counties nil balances. What does that mean? People talked to us about good governance, and we are saying this government is fiscally prudent enough to be able to achieve that level of disbursement to counties. That is an improvement. That is an improvement. We talk about the rule of law and even the question of holding police suspects accountable. I'll tell you this. In the question of Baby Pendo, for instance, the inquest was concluded in 2019. In 2019, and or thereabout. And nobody could bring those officers to justice until a new regime came to power. What does it mean? That it was much more difficult to bring police officers to justice under the previous regime than it is now. Now, it could very well be argued that that's not fast enough. The numbers are not good enough. There are still so many police officers who are involved in these kinds of brutalities. And indeed, it is true. But I want to caution us to not look at these things as new things. there has been a longer struggle on police brutality. Just because you are not participating in it does not mean that it did not exist. Just because you are not seeing it in your immediate neighborhood does not mean it did not exist. And so we are saying, where are we with those reforms? Because how we responded to that question was, we need to bring a set of reforms in how police officers and the police forces run. And this went into the very constitution. It went into the heart of the constitution. And what happened? New laws. Some of these people who are today shouting are the people who contributed to the mutilation of laws that were meant to strengthen and protect police officers from interference from the political class, over interference from the political class. So we are saying there has been a decade or so where these usurpations were happening, these criminalities were happening, and we were fighting them as they were happening. So if you've joined this fight, don't fight it as if you are starting from zero. You are not.
Dikembe, as you go on, did you hear what Murkomen said yesterday? What do you say about that?
I cannot, for instance, say that I'll support
And Hillary,
a stand
Hillary, let me,
where a politician comes out and says, or a government officer comes out and says, if you see somebody here, shoot. We've had this before, and our position then was shoot to kill orders are too arbitrary. We are saying the let if somebody has to be shot dead in Kenya, let him first be subjected to the right criminal justice system. Let him have his day in court and let the justice system pronounce itself on his innocence or guilt. So that if he's guilty, he's taken to the gallows. It is it is not in the place of the police officer to make that determination. But you have to also tell us what is a police officer to do in, for instance, in the case where now police stations are being overrun, guns are being stolen, a police officer is being, in a protest. And this is the first time we are seeing some of these things. Even those of us who've protested for years, I've never seen a police officer being beaten to pulp. Perhaps the mistake that Raila Odinga did was to not tell his supporters to go to those extremes. It is not that his supporters were not able to go to those extremes. So,
Dikembe, I think many people have a question about that, but I want to ask you: do you think that the government is because people went to the police station and stormed? Do you think that it is right also the CS or the president, because the CS speaks through the president, to say that now when they come again, shoot to kill, and you are the person to bring order in the country, according to yourself?
of course, I'll be the last person. I have said this and I'll repeat it. I'll be the last person to support a shoot to kill order. That's not rocket science. That's what we've done for years. And I've just given my rationale for that. And I'm saying if somebody has to be shot dead in Kenya, let them be subjected to due process of the law so that their guilt or innocence is ascertained. But that is beside the point. The point here is this: what environment
Hillary,
is
allow me
our
to
police
ask.
officers
Hillary, allow
operating
me
in
to
right now?
ask
No, no,
one
no, sorry.
question.
Let me conclude this, Daktari. Daktari, let me
But
conclude this.
no. Before you move to the next point, Dikembe, let us not cherry pick on the issues that we want to address. We are asking very specific questions. You're talking about accountability, and you're talking about how police officers have been brought to justice under this regime. I want to ask you, what would you say in response to Murkomen saying hatuta cooperate on that specific question? I want to hear from you. Hatuta cooperate ati wakileta sijui nini nini nini. What is your comment on that?
I didn't get the. I didn't. Unfortunately, Doctor, I didn't get the question. Will you repeat it, please?
In Murkomen's um, statement, he said he will protect the police to a hilt. na akasema watu wakileta sijui nini nini kusukuma sijui mambo ya makesi na nini, hatuta cooperate. What is your response to that? How do you defend this government on that? You're the same. And by the way, for the record, don't speak to us like we are strangers in Jerusalem. We have also. Excuse me, where are you going? That side is closed, so we're trying to get another side. So I need you to tell me what exactly your response would be, and I was very specific.
Dr. Milton, I think that is okay. Let us lower the sugar a little bit. Be real. Go ahead. Go ahead so that we'll come back. We'll come
Let me
back to
ask
you.
you the Kemba question. Let me ask you the Kemba
Ah, no,
question.
Chacha, wait. Chacha, we are not running this space that way. You know that, right? Just relax. Leave the sugar.
Hillary,
Yes, be real. Go ahead.
thank you very much. How are you guys? I
That's good.
actually just came up here basically because of Dikemba. Uh, you've written the conversation with Kenyans, not the conversation with pro-government. We don't refute that you are of different opinion, and this is not to be emotional, but you can actually read in between the lines what Dikemba is saying. How can you talk that right now the government is better than it was before? What is Dikemba trying to tell us? Look at all these brains that are here, and look at how Dikemba is talking. We cannot be fooled by words in English. Basically, we do not need to entertain Dikemba here. Let's have a sound conversation with the people that are of the same mind and in the same motion. Because Dikemba is coming here to give us a mind game. That's what I would call it. I would kindly
Thank
request
you.
that you have a conversation with Kenyans. I cannot entertain what he's saying, and he's talking in between the lines using English words to try to communicate a message that is even vague. That right now the government is better, you can actually convict a police, while the guy Langat is in the duty giving orders from the state house with cameras. What is Dikemba telling us? Let's have a conversation with people that are affected. We cannot have Dikemba here. Let him go and be pro-government on his page and wall. This is not a conversation that can go on like this, trying to circle us around with wordings. He cannot even answer the question of Daktari. What is Dikemba telling us here? Afadhali Gakuyo, the honorable, is talking some little bit of sense and feeling the pain of the people. That you're here and talking like you're not living in Kenya. Like, honestly, what is Dikemba doing? Just drop that guy down, man. I'm sorry, it's not emotional, but you cannot come here and have mind games. You're having a sound conversation. We've taken our time to sit here to come with a way forward. Let's talk of way forward. We're not going to talk with somebody that is giving us mind games. Sorry if I sound emotional.
Thank you.
Hillary,
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think Abdi came in because Hillary asked me to come and bring some order, and I'll simply bring some order because we don't also want to give people platform so that they can go and justify to the government. Hapa tunapea platform Dikembe kutafuta kazi kwa serikali, and we will not do that. We will not do that. Hillary, let's call a spade a spade. Dikembe has been given enough time to answer the questions, na alikuja hapa akasema I'm not speaking on behalf of the government, but then you have seen with the time amejikoroga anataka kuongea on behalf of the government. So Kenyans, if we don't tell these people we are wise enough this time around, the era of propaganda, the era of misinformation imeenda. So Hillary, let us have a conversation with the Kenyans who want to contribute meaningful debates zenye tumekuwa tukifanya hapa. So Hillary, that one I'll give it to you. I don't think we deserve the Gembe on this platform. Let them seek another platform yenye wata preach hiyo preaching. We can go on a conversation about Kenyans and Kenyans who are genuine in changing this country. Thank you, Hillary. So Abdi can go on giving mics to whoever tufuate hiyo
okay,
line, but let us forget about
okay,
Dikembe.
okay. We can always have a divergent views. I agree with you. Dikembe, you had what is going on. I give you 2 minutes to give your closing, whatever, and what you want the way forward you have for this race. Thank you.
Um, Thanks, Abdi. I was actually worried that you are going to drop me off very fast. Perhaps the next would be to chase me from the country. I think Kenya is big enough for all of us, and I think the differences we are having as citizens should not be reason to block other viewpoints. I'm able to, for instance, sustain your viewpoints on some of these questions or some of these issues that are happening today. And if you've been listening to me, what I've been saying is this, that what's happening today has been happening. And I'm very glad that a bigger force, a greater
Abdi,
force has joined for us to
Abdi.
continue fighting for the country. So this view,
Dikembe,
this
if
view,
the government has been
um,
killing us, it's not good that you say that the government can continue to kill us just because the previous government has been killing people. Just fuck
but
you,
that's your
man. This is
words.
not a place where, no, you cannot do that.
I think you've given Dikembe a lot of airtime.
Mi nimechoka na Dikembe.
Okay, thank you guys. Thank you guys. Niliwaambia murudishe pressure chini. Hii mambo ya moto moto. Kuna watu wengi sana na request mic here.
When Hillary, when do you meet a pressure point? When do you meet a pressure?
Ni sawa, ninasema mrudishe pressure chini kidogo, mkunywe maji. Sawa, wacha tulete tulete ni vizuri kucheka. Unajua ni vizuri kucheka, inakuongeza miaka, lakini bado na request ya kwamba tuko na watu wengi sana. We have so many people are requesting a mic, so when you have a mic just take 2 minutes. Dikembe atakuja tu, wacha kunywa maji hapo kidogo. Buka, ulikuwa unasema namna gani? Nasema ulisema umechoka na nimesikia tukisema
It was very depressing for me, Larry, especially for some of us that have suffered under this government, and also there's a lot of blood flowing in the street. It's better to have a constructive discussions where we actually come up with real issues, and not just to come here to play clever and to tell us that our Kenya is better than before. It was total hypocrisy, and that's what. And in fact, I think we're on the same page. Any justification that this government have not been murdering young people, it's total rubbish. And then also to tell us that since Moi killed people, so it's okay for Ruto to kill people. What is this Kembe really talking about? So me, I was just getting really angry at him and very angry. But I would like to, to hear other perspectives other than just
sure,
speaking for
you're right.
ourselves.
You're right. That is in order. Yeah. So
And maybe
we need to,
Hillary, 30 seconds before I give other people, just 30
yeah,
seconds.
justice for all. One
I
minute.
think the pain that I was having is that the camp using this narrative of saying that if we are questioning how the government is doing, then we are pro maybe the Rigiji or other people. That is a narrative that I found very painful for me to swallow, in the sense that the fact that we are here at a pressure point talking about things, then they have to use a narrative that to push us into a certain political divide. It becomes us versus them. And then we were quickly losing it, because now he knew I'm boxing you if you are against this. I think that is the very wrong path to take, and it's a government strategy. And I think Dikembe knows it. Is really it pained me that what if he truly believes what he's saying? It's one thing to say something for political reasons, but what if this government actually believe what they're saying? Then it's dangerous. And that's what I'm saying, that we need to guard this nation against that kind of danger that we are putting us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me give kwani academia alishuka. Mwaura 1 minute, then Pombekali, then honorable, just ngoja kidogo tu. Wacha nilete hawa watu tusikie maoni yangu, then we'll pick it up from there. That is very important. Nimerudi hapa kwa sababu Dikembe, just relax. Takuleta juu kwa sababu with us as pressure point we are so much open, and the thing is we need way forward. That's the way we do. So Mwaura, go ahead, then Pombekali in that order, and then Joe Wangeshi, Joe Wagashiku. In that order. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, don't bring that guy again Hillary. Anakuja ba kutufanyisha nini?
Wacha chuki. Just
Wacha
yeah,
aende, sio chuki. Mauaji. Mtu muuaji huyu. Unamleta hapa anatetea wauaji. Nini? Usimlete hapa tena. Hata isitogomea
Maura,
yake.
go ahead. So give
Wacha
your point.
niendelee.
Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah. Heshima kwako. Why can't you, Mheshimiwa, and others like-minded people who are seeing that the country is completely going down, figure out a way of how maybe you can even draft a motion to impeach this man at State House, because that man Jikeba was telling that he has been democratically elected for 5 years. Has he forgotten that a president can be impeached? Amesahau hiyo? Amesahau daktari anaweza kusema akili yake haiko timamu, na ni kweli akili ya mtu haiko timamu. So mheshimiwa Gakuya, the country is going down, the country is burning, blood is flowing everywhere, and there's no way a country can be blessed when we are shedding innocent blood. Mungu anasema the life of a human being is of any being is in the blood. Tunamwaga damu, our streets are full of blood. Can't you mheshimiwa Gakuya, mtafute njia ya kuangusha huyu mtu, tengenezeni moyo muondoe huyu mtu. We can't continue like this. Ile hasira niko nayo ni nyingi sana. Wacha nimalizie hapo mheshimiwa Gakuya.
Asante bwana, kunywa maji. Pressure point hapa, ukishapanda unakunywa maji, alafu tunatuliza boli. Asante sana. Pombe kali, go ahead. Hapa ni kukunywa maji na kuleza. Chacha utaongea.
Uh,
Chacha utaongea, by the way. Utaongea tu wadi. Pombe kali, go ahead.
asante sana ndugu Hillary. I just want to be very quick and short on what I want to say. One, I want to register my disappointment to some three individuals, Buka, Dr. Milton, and Ras, because we are a people who cannot learn. And this is why we are having fights with the government every day, but we don't achieve our goals. Because we are too emotional and we want to work with emotional situations. Then we think we are going to solve issues when we are emotional. Through emotional ways of doing things, that's why we have this government today. Because people did not want to listen to any contrary opinions. They only wanted to listen to what they like to hear. And that is what Ruto team, the UDA, sold the people, because people wanted to hear what those people were saying. Today we are in a mess. Then I see you here, just because you want Pombekali to come here and tell you what you want to hear. Then when Pombekali says some contrary opinion, you kick Pombekali out. This is where we mess, because when we have people like Dikembe in these conversations, this will make us know that, okay, there are some people who think this way, or the government. These are the people who tell us what the government think, and they give us time also to change the strategy. If we had some strategy, it is the right time to hear them. We change our strategy and now go ahead and maybe do something different. But the way we are going back and forth just because we want to hear what fits us and what is convenient to us, then we are losing the direction. So to me, I just want to tell my people, the government is rogue. We want a government that listens to its citizens. And we must be part of the good governance that we are fighting for. So we need to sober up and get what we want to get and do the right things in the right way to get the objective of whatever the movement we are having. But whenever we want to be emotional all the time, we are a lost generation. Thank you.
It's okay. You know, pombe kali sometimes ukikunywa pombe kama pombe kali saa zingine unaweza kuwa ukishtuka mambo mengine, lakini you are saying something that is good. That's why we have pressure, and that's why we have this conversation. Sometimes, we get emotions because of the things that we're going through. But I think we need to focus sometimes being emotional. That's why you hear people maybe like they are making a lot of voice and everything. But sometimes it's okay. You leave them to do that, but also be moderate and give way forward, guys. Thank you so much, Kumekali, for your opinion. And we really respect that. Chacha, go ahead, then Joe Angeshi, then Academia, in that order. Hannah, I see you. Welcome on board.
Asante sana. Today, I rarely quote the Bible, but today I'll read from the book of Matthew chapter 7, verse 15 to 20. And it says, "Beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravenous wolves. You will know them by their fruits." Now, I think it's rather
Is that
unfortunate.
the
Maybe
Old
Kenyans.
Testimony or the New Testimony?
And Anna,
Hello? Hello?
Ana tena sasa, relax. Okay, Chacha, unasoma
Nataka
Biblia.
kujua ni Old Testimony ama ni New Testament.
Mimi nitakwambia kama host.
The
All
New
right.
Testament. Matthew is the New Testament. Matthew. So why am I saying this? I think Kenyans, our national psyche is the biggest undoing that we have. I never voted Ruto. I wouldn't have voted him, even if I was asleep then. It doesn't mean that the option I had was better, but it was, well, less than evil. I mean, we know this guy from history. I have an issue with specific issues that I think he really failed and fucked up big. If you see the number of cases, corruption cases that were withdrawn immediately President William Ruto came into power, Aisha Juma, there was a case about 19 million, Moses Kuria 12 million, Mithika Linturi, and these cases were withdrawn by the then DPP, who was Nurdin Haji. Of course, Governor Mike Sonko's case was also withdrawn. Henry Rotich, if you remember, Kamau Thuge, and all that. Our criminal justice system has become a tool for protection of the political elite. And we have this conversation not because we don't know what's happening, it's because we don't have a lot we can do as the citizen. And that's why we have to go back to the streets. Now, Nuruddin Haji, after withdrawing these cases, he was rewarded as the director of NIS. It has become a conveyor belt where we regurgitate people. Parliament has failed to do its work. I saw, I think it was Margaret Nyakango saying, Mukiba basi simu invest kwa hii nchi instead of taking to Dubai. That's how desperate we've got. But to the gist of the discussion today, I think, generally speaking, and I'll pose this question to Dikembe because I know you'll give him time. He said, if you have to kill somebody, you have to follow due process.
Yeah, Chacha in 2 minutes. Okay, go ahead. In 1 minute. Yeah.
Okay, there is no death penalty in Kenya, so I would like him to make us understand how do you follow due process when killing someone. That would really help. I'm really struggling to understand to understand. But the implosion we've witnessed today is because of broken promises, and the fact that there is very little that is being done right now to actually salvage the situation. Now, Hillary, we normally say, what is the way forward? Because I know today there are quite a number of people on the line, but what's the way forward? From where I see it, we have to sustain mass civic action, either through protest, petitions. We need to we need not to let our guard down. We also have to demand judicial reforms, and this has to be done through the GSC. But more important, we need to go back to the grassroots, to the county level, to the ward level, because also what has happened, we've had, instead of a bottom-up economic, the hustler narrative, now it's top-down corruption. So we need to go back to our counties also, bring some semblance of accountability on the part of the county units, because we have also failed. I think Boniface Mwangi has done quite a lot on that part. But generally speaking, we are at a crossroad as a nation, and we will continue this agitation until we are able to get the type of leadership that is accountable, transparent, and responsive to the needs of the people. Thank you very much, Ilan.
Thank you so much, Chacha, for that, and we really welcome and we appreciate that. Joange Wagashiku, go ahead, academia in that order, then we Nyuka Bell, fundi wa Tamos, unatengeneza Tamos wapi? Tukulete Tamos zetu, hiyo ni sawa. Go ahead, Chacha. Chacha. Joangeshi, hakuna time ya kupoteza. Academia, go ahead. I will bring him back later.
Hillary, asante sana. Mimi niko na pointi zangu tatu. Kwanza, I want to register my disappointment for the speaker that you've given him ample time and ample rope to hang himself, and he's done exactly that. I want to say that all power belongs to the people. Whether we decide to remove a duly elected president 2 years into a presidency. It is our right as the people of Kenya, and if you want to exercise that, we are going to do it, and no one can take that away. So that plot or that attempt to set a precedent that we want even a bad president to rule for 5 years. We want to set our own precedents that we can impeach according to our constitution. We can impeach, we can recall, and we want to exercise all the powers as the citizens of Kenya without without any delay. And I am registering my disappointment with the broad-based government. When we injected those people into the government, I know they tried to lie, oh, our people are not going into government, or the opposition is not in government. But they told us that they're injecting professionalism. But more kids, more of our Gen Z youths have been killed, they have been abducted since the broad-based government, since that injection. We have not seen an improvement in service. We have not seen a reduction in taking up foreign loans. We have not seen a reduction in taxes. We have not seen anyone or any of those police officers who are abusing the law, or any of those politicians. We have not seen an increase in the prosecution and jailing of anyone who contravenes our constitution or our laws. In fact, it's been a continued looting. They have joined the government so they can loot together, and so they can now eat. Now their voices are muted since they are eating. So I want to mark my disappointment today that June of 2024, that this government was down on its back. It was a dead horse, and the opposition, ODM, it is trying to revive this horse by injecting whoever they injected in government, and a dead horse will not rise. It's still a dead horse. Whether you flog it, whatever you do to it, a dead horse is a dead horse. We have not seen any marked improvement. In fact, we have seen a continuation in the way that Kenya should be going. So our government has failed. The whole world knows about it. Everyone knows the story of Kenya, and everyone is wondering when is this going to stop. Um, since the infusion of these guys in government, the respect for the rule of law, the respect for democracy has gone down. It hasn't improved. Um, the democratic process is still compromised. Parliament is still owned by the executive. The judiciary is still owned and captive of the executive. So we don't have a country here. And when guys are saying that online, it rings true, and we are praying that we recapture our country back. Um, we need to wake our people up. We need to tell them that some of those voices that are talking every day are being given opportunities on our vernacular radio and TV stations, people like Rigathi Gachagua. Those are not revolutionaries. They have a right to air their grievances. They have a right to grieve, but they are not revolutionaries. A year ago, he was part and parcel of the system that was killing our kids, abducting them, and he is still part and parcel of that system. So whether he is condemning this government the loudest, he still has his limits. That dog has its owner, and we need to tell our people to know they're revolutionaries. Continue educating the people in the villages. Continue educating our parents. Tell them to wake up, rise up, and redeem Kenya. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so
Thank you.
much, Wakashiku, and I really appreciate that, guys. Don't fear. I want to say this. I see some people writing nonsense there. This is a platform that we give everybody a
Correct.
chance to speak his mind, and also in a respectful manner. And actually, that's what we are advocating to. When you come here, as much as you have a contrary opinion, but you give your way forward as a Kenyan, and everybody has given an opportunity, and we do that always. MP, Mheshimiwa, nitakupatia nafasi. Just relax because many people have question. Even the Kembe will come back. You just write those notes down. Abdi, I want to
Yeah.
bring academia, then I bring Hannah. at least to say something, right? Mm.
But my addiction is, I agree with you. I saw the comment. I think we won't always see eye to eye. That's okay. But true strength always lies in our ability to remain tolerant and respectful, I think. Even when we disagree, let's create a space for differing views without hostility. That's how progress, I believe, is built. I see Tumbi, I see a couple of deputy governors, a few MPs here and there in the space, right? And everything. But that is the essence of democracy. Divergent views. What matters is we remain tolerant, listen to each other, uphold mutual respect when we disagree, and we build a better nation. Asante sana.
Thank you, Hillary. I have a few questions to put to the Mheshimiwa now is here. And Mheshimiwa, put it to you. You are one of the people, MPs, who viciously supported the punitive computer misuse and cybercrime that criminalizes the defamation, which was declared in 2017 unconstitutional. So you actually passed it in 2018. So when we come to the question of integrity, how then do you stand today to say otherwise, having passed the same thing that they are using to put young people like myself in the police custody for defamation? Now, that's one. Two, I have a problem with your leader, because it seems like every development that goes to, if at all there is development that goes to Luo Nyanza, he has said it several times in public, questioning that the government is taking development to Nyanza. I don't know why he's obsessed with the development going to Nyanza among other all parts of Kenya. Is there anything problem, or is there something problem with developments going to Nyanza? According to him, I heard him today. He said in 2022, he said in 2023, and part of 2024. So in 2023, he told us that police will not kiss you when they go to street. The guns they are carrying are not toys. I never saw you condemn him or said something contrary to that. By that I mean you endorsed that that approach or that remark. Why would you today stand and castigate the same that you supported just a year ago? So to me, what is the difference between you and Dikembe when we talk of integrity in this space? Would I be in order to classify you? You are more or less the same as Dikembe, only that you are fortunate because today you seem to be speaking from a different position. I learned my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Hillary. What's next? Do you want to give Honorable Gakuya the mic?
Can I proceed to respond?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Let me start from the last. I want completely to distance myself from the claim stated that I has any single moment against any development to what we call Nyanza region. Nyanza is equivalent to any other region of this country, and it is entitled for development. And any single region of this country is entitled to enjoy the resource envelope as much as it is within the budgeted resources. This one is totally against my wish, and I have no single day gone against any development in any area of this country. There is a time that I was questioning the current minister for energy. Once he was in Kisumu talking about of borrowing 14 billion and telling the public that all that money is shared to Nyasa region. And my concern was, what about other regions? If we borrow 14 billion and they are all meant to go to a particular region, what about those other regions? And therefore, I was not against development in that region. I was only concerned with those other regions concerned. Number two, it matters to do with 2018 cybercrime bill. I didn't thought about it. There is what we call hazard. Can he prove from the hazard where my vote went so that he can castigate myself? And that one I totally distance myself. Finally, matters to do with police brutality. Every day I am in record by castigating any police brutality because it has been it is always unfair to what we call freedom and fundamental rights of Kenyans to use force because there is what our laws has been entitled to. And it is well clear that in fact, when you are picketing or having demonstration, the police should guard you, but they should not use any brutality against you. And therefore, that is another claim which is wrong. And moving those to respond to those other speakers, let me say there was a speaker who was talking about refund of breakfast payers money. I totally don't agree with her because out of these breakfast prayers, not everybody who gathered here who went home empty, and therefore I would say this player, as much as it spent taxpayers' money, some of them they went home with something out of what was preached in that particular day. Does not mean if the head of state sought for what we call forgiveness, and he is not talking his walk, that everybody else who was in that particular gathering is of that particular took that direction. I also want to move very quickly to another area that was mentioned about a member of parliament who was saying about marehemu watarajiwa. Marehemu watarajiwa, those are very impunity words, inflammatory words. It can only be used by a member of parliament who is seeking sympathy from his master. And probably whoever member was singing this tune was trying to praise his master. But it is totally wrong for anybody, and especially elected member who is a people's representative, to use this kind of sentiment because they are totally negative to the will of the people. I agree that people's representative, of which I am, we have a duty and we need to be seen always to be protecting and always advocating the rights of the people. But this has not been forthcoming. And the problem is greed. And this was the opening remarks of this particular show. But the greed has taken this country to the bad corner. And until when, maybe those who represent people, because I'm one of them, but I have no control over the rest of them because they individually carries their own. And in terms of voting, everybody votes on his own. I can only persuade those members who can be on my way, but I have no control over the whole house to make or to cast a particular direction. But it happens that compromise is ever there, and what I can call a state-driven interest most of the time carries the day, because today we are in what we broad-based government, where if it is the purported opposition, then they are compromised. You find that those who are pro ODM, they are compromised, and and Junet is the one who takes their care. Those who are on the other side of the government, they are compromised, and their leader is Kimani Shongwa, the majority leader. And I am telling you, out of that, it is the public now to judge and evaluate these members of parliament, because they will still require to be re-elected. And I am sure that because it is the choice, the choose is the people, they should make the right choices at the point of the election. And as I conclude, let me also state very clear matters to do with Raila Odinga, because as adversary mentioned here, Raila is a liberator, and he fought seriously about liberating this country. But today, it is totally opposite, that Raila is now in bed with the government. And there's nothing much we can expect from him, because today he's dining He's eating the butter and the bread with the government, and therefore he's not of any magnitude help to Kenyans because he's now fighting for his stomach. And therefore, what I would say, we should forget about him and concentrate on fighting for the rights of Kenyans without necessarily looking back to what Laila is doing. We are all aware that where he is there for a particular interest or a particular vendetta. We have seen last time he was given a go-ahead of construction of houses. Those houses, he was telling Kenyans that that land he has given to the government. We have not seen him handling that title to the government. And therefore, we purport that that land has been compromised for the government to use public resources to construct the houses in his land, and he become a beneficiary until such a time that we publicly surrender that title to the public. That's only we can be able to ascertain that he's collectively doing the right thing. But as we speak, I believe that is a part of compromise, and the people's money is going to be wasted through a private land which is not surrendered. And to finalize, to finalize, let me also allude to what Igembe has said. Igembe has said that because the government is dispersing resources to the county government, that is a clear card to show that the government is on the right direction. But I would like to castigate him and tell him, when the government is against the fundamental rights of Kenyans, of its citizens, it is taking the wrong direction. And that government has no business to be in power, because power is people's given. And we must make any government that is being elected through a vote should respect the rights of the people. And that's why we must settle all powers to be under the sovereignty of people. And I would like to say tonight that the same people who delegate power to the government has duty and power to take it back through various ways. One is through a petition, and a petition can be brought to the House. And if the members of the House are people's representative and has faith and confidence with what we call the people's will, then they can converge together and in fact invoke what we call impeachment motion out of this petition and remove any sitting president, because extrajudicial killing is good enough to remove president from power through parliament, but through what we call compromise, it is not going to be possible in Kenya. And what we have seen there before, it will repeat itself. So we have no serious hope in the House, but we can have hope that in the 2 years probably is not far. People can be able to throw out this government through vote as the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable James Gakuya, for even joining us and also answering those questions. Wacha tupatia watu wote wako kwa mic hapa, then we'll let watu wengine. We have more than 20 requests. Please just forgive us and we'll try to our best. Fundi wa Thamos, then Anna, then Nyuka Bell. Bro, Kembe, you're coming back. Actually, give me just a few minutes. Fundi wa Thamos.
Hello, Hilary Abdina, wengine wote, good evening, good afternoon, penye iko afternoon. Me, I'm a bit disappointed when we are handling some issues because we have some comrades that have been abducted, kama Ndiagui, who's been abducted for more than a week, but we're not doing the most like we're supposed to. When you go through the TL, people are fighting. It's like when a religion comes in, unapata Muslims saying the best, Christians. That's what we're portraying on the TL. We are fighting instead of focusing. Like, ni kama leo tunazambiwa, the guy is dead, tuanze tu tuandike justice for who, justice. That's just a song. And Kasonga and his people are used to it. That's why leo even an assistant chief threatening Kenyans that we're supposed to be killed more than 1,000 and we're taking it lightly. Kuna MP mwingine pia nimeona anasema we're supposed to be killed. What are we doing about it? We should up our game because I feel like we're letting some of us be killed, and that will kill the movement. Juu leo hii huyo jamaa akitoka like he's been killed na imezimwa tu hivyo, what will we do? Sometimes I feel like this government is a bit smart than than I thought. Not we. Maybe some of you don't think so. Waliua Albert Ojwang, wakatuleta hivyo, tukaandamana, tukiandamana, and then finance bill was passed just like that. We didn't even protest. We don't even talk about what is in the finance bill yenye labda Ruto amesign na tuambiwi, because it has to be signed. Next thing, hii kitu imekuja. Can
Yeah.
we just focus? That's what
I hear you.
that's
I
my
hear you.
problem.
Yeah, Ndugangi, we are requesting this man to be released, and that one we are forcing, and we'll fight for that. And whoever is coming, that is one. Number two, Ojwang is being buried on Friday, and we want comrades to go in this burial, and we don't need these people to come here and tell us a lot of things that we don't know. Ojwang is being buried on Friday. Let people go there. Let people go there and bury one of our comrades that is asleep, and so painful about that, and many people who are missing. So unfortunate, man. Hana, take care of that. Fundi wa Thamos, ubarikiwe sana. Tengeneza Thamos nyingi, alafu nigawie zingine bwana. Nashukuru sana because you give it a way forward. Thank you so much. Anna, go ahead.
Thank you, Hillary, my brother from another mother. Abdi, I see Justice. A lot of familiar faces, unfamiliar. Uh, who's that? Ras G and everybody else. Nawasalimia popote pale mlipo, and I hope mko salama. Do you know what, Hillary? I'm actually almost banging my head on the wall. There's so many things that are happening, and I think Justice, were we in a space with you when we were told there was shooting in the evening in some areas on that day of the Mandamano, and people were calling us, and they didn't have a way of getting going anywhere. They were stuck. They cannot move forward. They cannot move backwards. Some were just hiding. They said live bullets are being shot. We were in a space like this. Do you know what I mean? I seen a video circulating, Hillary. I don't know if that is true or not, but that nigga who has I don't know, expensive belt and expensive shoes and was being interviewed. I see him telling the police, you know what? We're gonna protect you. We're gonna have lawyers for you. You go out there and do your work. One thing I cannot unsee, normally I have managed not to look at a lot of these pictures, the terrible pictures, because I don't have the stomach for it. But there is one that I don't know, for some reason, I cannot get it over my head. A guy who was just selling masks, the way he was shot casually, and this policeman just walked away casually. I cannot unsee it. I don't know how I can do it, because I've managed, thank God, for all this time not to see it, but to feel what my brothers and sisters are feeling, especially when you're in a space like this, like that day on the Mandaman, and people calling us on real time. Some are telling us, Maj, we need some change for Maj. Put their number there, get some people to donate for them. As somebody's telling you, "Like, we cannot move forward, we cannot move backwards." Some telling you there's actual shooting, a real. Somebody came and told us. Motate, I said, has been shot. We're with him. He's been shot in the hand. 4 more young people were shot. I mean, where are we heading to? When is this gonna stop? Like, lives don't matter anymore. And then people are more concerned about petty stuff. Somebody would come and say, "Oh, this is Mesemekana, Mandamano, Wakikuyu, blah, blah." All these sideshows and sidelines and misinformation and distracting people. For me, and some making people feel like making these young people feel like they've not achieved anything. I'm sorry, you have achieved something that my generation and the generation before and the ones before that have never achieved. Don't feel let down. You have achieved. You've changed everything. Trust me, you've got these politicians by the collar. Trust me, believe me. And no matter what, even if you cannot get these guys out now, come election time, trust me, they're shitting on their parents. They've never seen anything like this. They used to, the pushovers of our old ages, but these young people, they're unstoppable. So it does not matter. All I can say is next time you're going out, your strength is in your numbers. Be your brother's keeper. And that's the all advice I can give you. I don't know what else to say, you're left speechless. But one thing is what everybody wants is a governance that delivers for many, not the few. So the only way to get that is to have system changed. It does not make any difference if we change a Kazungu and bring another a Zakayo there. It's not going to make any difference. And guys, you have to be wise enough. Look at your local, see who is your MP, who is your governor, what has he done, and make a note of it. Remember, election time comes, you don't vote them in again. Never. Remember what Kibaki said, kwani umekuwa na akili leo? Hiyo wakati yote haukuwa na akili. You would see politicians now aligning with you, aligning their ideas with you just because they can see that you guys are winning. But why didn't they speak before? Now they're speaking against their colleagues. Why now? Why not before? So I believe what Kibaki said, kwani umekuwa na akili leo? Make notes of everything that they do and everything they say, and actually try and attend those local meetings. You as Gen Zs, as young people, find a way of promoting each other. Do your movements. You have to start getting ready for these elections. It's not just about also being on the street. So in your local level, try and actually get ready, identify who you want, do your fundraising, do this, do that, identify the people you want to represent you. That's all I can say. God bless you. God bless Kenya. And you are Kenya is a place that all African nations are looking at it. Trust me. And you know what? The Westerns, they would have got rid of Zakayo, but you know what? They will not, because he's delivering for them. After all that documentary, and then after everything that is happening, trust me, if he wasn't there, if he wasn't their man, their house nigger, they would have got rid of him long time ago. Like they would have attempted coups and regime change the way they want to do it to Ibrahim Torre. But no, this guy is good. It's good for them.
Yes, Anna.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. We'll appreciate it. Julius, go ahead. Then Thunders, and actually 2 minutes, please. So many requests here, and I want to give everybody a chance. All right, go ahead, Julius. Oh, you can barely
Uh,
drop. Okay.
Pressure point. Thank you so much, Hillary Gondi Abdi Mikali. Absolutely powerful here today. And Honorable James Gakuya, listening Pombe Kali, Bookers, and of course Justice for All, and every other speaker who's come ahead of me. You're addressing absolutely great issues, which actually we really need this topic, State of the Nations, conversations with Real Kenya. And I was listening. I was glad when what's her name, Be Real, came in and spoke her mind. And asked Dikembe to, to really, be sensitive to some of the issues he was addressing. And thank you so much, Booker, to also intervene and how Russ handled that situation with Abdi. So my take here today is what is happening to Kenya today. And before that, I want to begin my thoughts with all the Gen Z's families who've lost their lives and the maandamano that we saw on 25th of June 2025 and of course 2024. And that cannot be underestimated at all. Our Gen Z's love our countries and their voices needs to be heard. The mothers and women are crying on the streets, the children are on the streets, and so the question comes back to us here today. What is the state of the nations again? And today, as we speak, the president is on his way to Spain and coming to UK. The people of Kenya are feeling sad and challenged, both politically, economically, and socially. They're feeling affected. And here we are. And someone has just mentioned the finance bill affecting us. And when we want to even voice, fear is set in, even to see what is happening on our streets here today. So for me, I just want to remind us all about what when we elect our representatives, and this is what I wrote when I saw what was happening. I wrote it from my heart, and this is what I just felt I want to remind everybody. Somebody was busy telling me, oh, we cannot impeach the president and stuff like that, but this personal views, everyone. Not impeaching a bad president in Kenya can have severe consequences on the country's governance, economy, and overall well-being of its citizens. Some potential consequences include continued gross human rights violation. A president who is not held accountable for their action may continue to violate human rights, leading to further suffering and instability for the citizens. Economic instability, which is what we're seeing. A president's gross misconduct or corruption can lead to economic instability affecting our country's financial health and development. Loss of public trust. Look at our streets here today, everyone, in Kenya, and what is beginning to happen, not just in the city of Nairobi, but across the whole country. Failure to impeach a bad president can erode public trust in institutions, leading to widespread disillusionment and potential social unrest. Undermining the rule of law. Not holding a president accountable for the action can undermine the rule of law and set a bad precedent for our future leaders. Constitutional crisis, as one of the, I believe, Honorable James is trying to address. Ignoring impeachment proceedings can lead to a constitutional crisis, potentially destabilizing the government and the country as a whole. Possible outcome, I felt, were if a bad president is not impeached, the consequences can manifest in various ways, which includes abuse of power. The presidents may continue to abuse their power, leading to further human rights violation and undermining the democratic institutions. Standard economic growth, in other words, corruption and mismanagement, can hinder our economic growth, perpetuating more poverty and inequality for the rest of the community and all of us as citizens of Kenya. And of course, I've mentioned the social unrest. So what am I suggesting here? What's additional consequences? We know we don't have development, corruption at the highest level, which is hindering all our projects and initiative, polarization, loss of international credibility, despite the fact that someone is traveling to Spain and the UK and whatever. So that credibility, me living wherever you're living as diasporians, you feel it, as you go to work, we see our people suffering and stuff like that. Weakened institution, increased corruption, and furthermore, many other things. What do I suggest we can do from our side? Because I think Hillary likes solutions as well. We can see that peaceful protests, organized peaceful demonstrations, which they are trying to raise awareness and show public support for constitutional right, but the voices are not being heard. You see goons on our streets here today. Who are these goons? When journalists and people are asking, answers are not coming straightforward. Could it be also the police or whatever? Anyway, we can have a discussion on that. Petitions. I think one of honorable has started asking about a petition. How do we sign a petition to urge lawmakers or authority to take action? Engagement with representatives. Are we Kenyans able to engage with our representatives at this particular hour, at this particular day, at this particular time when we see what is happening on our street? Do we feel pushed away? Public education. This is public education. Thank you to everybody who is coming on board using different mechanism, and you can see what happened when the communication systems were actually shut down. What does that mean for fellow Kenyans? Do we want to take do we want, have we looked at countries like China and what happens in those countries? These are real question. Legal action I put down. And finally, can I just say community organizing? Legal action, pursuing legal avenues. Is it possible
Yes.
in Kenya, when the amount of money that is asked for any particular person to go in, tunashindwa kabisa? So community organizing, is it working for the young people? Civics engagement and support organizations, and of course voting. So I want to leave it with asking that we have different kind of solutions that I feel we can do, but those solutions, I want to urge the MPs to really look at the meaning and why it is important for them to look at impeachment, because when we don't even follow our own constitution right, where that leaves, as I have pointed out, those kind of issues. And today, finally, Kenyan Gen Zs, just 1 minute, Kenyans Gen Zs, leo tukiambiwa twende to vote, do you have your IDs to go and vote? So please, Gen Zs, if you haven't taken your voting power, please enda utafute ID. I'll leave it there with you, Hillary, and thanks for the platform. Asante.
Barikiwa sana Julia.
Asante.
Nyukabel, go ahead.
Yes, Hilary Abdi Ras, thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you for the great discussion that is going on. I had a statement before that that we should be open to diverse viewpoints. Of course, we should be open to diverse viewpoints, but some viewpoints are just hogwash. There's no need listening to them. They don't add any value to you. The reason why I'm saying that is that if Honorable James Gakuya was in government today, he would be speaking like Dikembe. If ODM was in the cold today, Dikembe would be saying what Gakuya is saying. And you don't have to go any further. Just go back to before the broad-based government was formed. What was Dikembe saying? And what was Honorable Gakuya saying? So I'm telling you, we are fighting a war for politicians' survival. That is what we are doing. But what these people don't realize that the cheese already moved. Yeah. Yes, the butter is on the table, but the cooks have already run away with the utensils. Yeah. This generation that people keep talking down to, Gen Z, oh, I don't know, they don't have IDs. Oh, I don't know, they don't have leaders. Oh, blah, blah. There's another generation coming behind them called Generation Alpha. Many of them are finishing high school within the next 2 years. This cheese has already moved. Yeah. It has already gone. So if you want to remain politically relevant as a politician today, there are things you need to start doing. We cannot keep operating the way we've been operating in the last few years. Yeah, this is a generation that grew up in a space that there's freedom to communicate. They ask questions, and suddenly you are in power and controlling resources, and now you don't want to be asked questions. If you are asked questions, you speak back to them in condescending language. Oh, they are our children. You know they don't know this. You know they don't know that. My friend, most of these people on the streets are people who started class 1 when Kibaki joined the government. Kibaki became president. They are now 25 years old. Or many of them are between 20 and 25 years old. So they are adults. They are not children. So first get that out of your system that they are children. They are not children. Yeah, they are taxpayers, and they just want to make sure that the taxes they pay are in good use. Today I see the president, was it in the news at 7 or at 9, that they want to demarcate places for protests and blah blah. My friend, that is dead on arrival. In fact, if you want something that will take you home quickly, it is that one. And I know members of ODM, probably ODM MPs, will be the first ones to vote yes for it. And you'll be in for a rude shock, because now you are behind Mr. William Ruto, and I can assure you, yes, you will support him, and maybe he gets a second chance, he gets a second term. The moment he is sworn in as a second term, you will be the first people he will dump. That Mbadi and Wandai who are singing like choir masters right now, they will find themselves as either ambassador to Ghana, another one will probably be sent as an ambassador to Mauritius. Because you are just you are just propping him up. You are propping him up. This is somebody who in 2023, my former party leader, I used to be a member of ODM and I quit. He called us to march to State House. That was his clarion call. We are going to take over our stolen victory. Now you can see all the ODM mouthpieces saying, "Oh, he never said something like that." They're now claiming to be holier than thou than they were 2 years ago. So guys, we are in a political musical chairs. Eh? Honorable Gakuya, and with all respect, you are saying all the right things, but you are saying all the right things because you are in the cold. When you are when you are enjoying state power, you would not even have found time to come here. Yeah. If Dikembe was not enjoying state power right now, he would probably be the co-host here telling us how this KK government needs to go. So the best gift that we Kenyans can give ourselves, yeah, the best gift we can give ourselves is send these career politicians and legacy politicians home. And many of them have realized that the cheese has moved. Yeah, many of them have realized that the cheese has moved. Yeah, you see, right now, apparently they want to arrest Rigathi Gachagua. He is a man that I don't agree with in anything. I don't like his style of politics. I don't like how he talks or the things that he claims to believe in. Apparently, the other day he was saying that he was fighting for Gen Z. That's why he quit his job. This guy fought tooth and nail to save his job. He went to court. He went to hospital. He begged for forgiveness before the impeachment. How was that? You can't claim that that government was bad, yet you are fighting tooth and nail to remain inside it. It's all political musical chairs, and the sooner we realize it, the better. And the sooner we stop giving these people these platforms to come and lie to us and condition us, yeah, because they are all the same. They're literally all the today in the newspaper there was that gossip column saying that there's a particular party leader who is warming up to the government now. He wants to join the government because that's what they do. They've never had any intention to get me and you out of our predicament. But luckily now there's a generation that doesn't really care. There's a generation that doesn't really care because number one, they don't own anything. So when you tell them that they belong to Kenya, they will ask you, what has Kenya ever done for me? Yeah. I've gone through college, I've finished 3, 4, 5 years, no stable job, no dignified life, and yet you come and stand in front of podiums and say that, oh, utumi imemarika, oh, sijui ushuru. I mean, what nonsense is that? So Kenya is a beautiful country, as I learned, Hillary. Kenya is a beautiful country. We are a really, really, really beautiful country. And the many places that I travel to for work, for and just vacation, when I tell people I'm from Kenya, they're like, "Wow, I was there. What a beautiful country! Amazing people, amazing food, amazing culture." And I always tell them the only kasoro we have in that country is our politicians and their aides. These are the people who are destroying our country. These are the people who you'll ask them their net worth. Somebody will tell you his net worth is 800, 900 million, but they've never made anything in their life. You cannot even associate a simple kiosk that makes a simple factory that makes even tissue paper that they are associated with. Yet they are as wealthy as industrialists and entrepreneurs. That is the problem that we have in this country. And I can tell people who are here,
Yes.
Gashagwa, as I learned, Hillary,
Yes,
just
sir.
30 seconds. Gashagwa can never be an answer to our problem. Kalonzo can never be an answer to our problem. Ruto, one term amalize aende. Raila Odinga, he has done his part for the country. He has fought so hard for this country. Not the answer. Fred Matiang'i, we saw the little power he got and how he messed up with it. Not the answer. We need a clean start, and we should stop this behavior of asking, "Oh, kwani yako na numbers?" We are the numbers. Unauliza kwani yako na numbers? Unataka atoe hizo numbers wapi kama sio wewe? Let's start voting for people with solid ideas that can take us, that can move us forward. Not this constant musical chairs of, oh, akona numbers, ana command kabila ngapi, and so on and so forth. Otherwise, tutakuwa hapa 2029 still crying over the same same things because we keep electing the same shenanigans. Yeah, people who have no vision for this country. Yeah, people like you hear somebody saying that empowerment is giving border people some little money or you erecting portion mills somewhere. How is that empowerment? Do we really know the meaning of empowerment? Ama tunacheza tu. We are just playing. Yeah. Anyway, let me stop up there.
So, Daktari, I know, I know that when that's the point that where the people are keeping this in power, and I like that. I like that solution. It is us who make them to be in power. Then what next that we need to do? Thunder, go ahead. Thunder, you've really been crying here. How are you doing?
All right, and you, my brother. I say EM Hotep to you, my African brother.
Where are you talking from?
I'm talking from South Africa, the southern part. I bring you blessings from both chaos and Ra.
All right. So, what is your way forward?
Because I am a mixed person. I'm half Greek and half Semitic from Egypt.
Yeah.
So I
What is
bring
your way
you
forward?
the way forward now, my brother, is that we unite and we restore the Pharaoh system. We have no system in place. The Europeans got a system. They've got the papacy there. That is why the Europeans remain strong. The currency is strong in Britain. So we need to unite. The blessing has now come to Africa, where our pharaohs have mixed. When we look at Pharaoh Cleopatra, that married Caesar, she mixed two systems together to make Africa more powerful. Utilize what you have, my brother. We need to utilize what we have. You have Greeks in your midst. They bring you the blessing of
Thank you.
chaos, the originator that created these all the small gods that you know, like Yahweh.
Thank you so much. I see where you're heading to, but that is right, and that is your choice, and I cannot deny you that. Florence, uh, habari yako? Go ahead. Florence, okay, you just come to the mic to listen here. Thank you so much. So there are so many people are requesting a mic, but guys, Dr. Mofo, you've been here for a while.
Thank you, Hillary. Hillary, as a nation, we have a crisis, and this crisis has been precipitated by poor leadership that is mainly constituted of the political elite, where Mr. William Ruto and Honorable, Mr. James Gakuya here is part of. But importantly for me, I would make a clear evaluation on basis of criminality, adherence to the rule of law, and regards for human rights of what Mr. William Ruto is. He has proven for the longest he's been in the house, on the hill, that he is a clear criminal and the greatest impediment to the constitutionalism in this nation. This has happened with full glare and knowledge of the legislators, the people we sent to the August House to represent us and protect us. Now, I am graciously startled by most of the simplistic answers that we get from this representative. You've heard Mr. Gakuya here say that they are unable to impeach Mr. William Ruto. Has he in person tried, and we say that he failed? That is the level of mistrust we are talking about. Hillary, these people come here and cry just like we do. Mr. Gakuya is telling us that Raila Odinga has not handed the title deed to the government. How many title deeds have been given to the government? Has he verified? Can he confirm the same to us? Has he moved that motion in parliament? Is it the best forum for him to litigate such an issue? This is a person who's confused, just like the fellow politicians are. Mr. Hillary, I want to give you a clear recount of
Be your words. let anybody take it on a negative side. Okay, go ahead, Dr.
Yes, Hillary. I mean, we are dealing with a population that is disillusioned, and we know the cause of our problem. The cause of our problem is mainly the political elite, and we must call them out whenever we have an opportunity. Hillary, we are talking about, Gakuya is telling us we wait for 2 years, it's not too long. But at the same time, Mr. William Ruto 2 weeks ago told us he will not hand over power. Those are the same words that have been perpetually used by Museveni when he says he has not found any other person who is fit to take power. The same information has been corroborated by the contingency of his advisors, including Moses Kuria, who told us in 2027 there are no elections. Hillary, it consternates me that we have the shoot to kill orders in place. These politicians have not spoken about it. Langat killed one of us. His statement has not been made public, and he continues walking scot-free. The Gwyn is missing. No explanation has been made. Kipchumba Murkomen last week told us, among other things, that the protests we made, which was largely peaceful before the hired goons infiltrated, that there was an arranged coup. Those words, using the words coup, it is prisoners without substantiating. This person is playing with our mind. I just want to conclude. I say that we understand who our problems are. We shall take them on. We in the battle, and we are not renting. Thank you, Hillary.
Thank you so much. I love the zeal, and that's the way to go. That we're here until we see what we want in our generation to find what is happening. And I think Newcabell said it so well that the generation that is even coming is not the generation that we were before, but the generation that they know what they want and they'll go for it if the chance is not there. If the chance is there, they'll take it. Florence, then Jerry, and then we go to Dikembe, then Mheshimiwa, in that order. As we Ras Nabdi Bukwapa. Florence, go ahead. Florence. Nani
Yeah,
anapatia Florence mic na ongei? Bwana usipatie Florence mic kama ongei hapa. Kwa sababu sasa Jerry, go ahead.
Okay, is it I was given the mic or somebody else before me?
Yourself, Jerry.
Okay, thank you so much, Hillary. Thank you, Rasji and Abdi for co-hosting this space. I really thank you so much to Dr. Mofo who just spoke before me. You just took the words out of my mouth because it is very, very dishonest for an MP, Gakuya, to come here and patronize us that, we cannot even try to impeach this person because everybody is compromised. We know everyone is compromised. That's not the issue. But all those constituencies, all those counties, they have citizens who are against Ruto. And every time that they go on public meetings, whether it's Mombasa or in Luya, Kakamega, or in Bondo, or in Northern Kenya, or in Central, everyone is letting them know by shouting at their leaders every time they say two-term, why will Ruto resign or blah, blah, blah. So everybody knows, every MP, every senator in that house knows that Ruto is not liked. So for you to say that you cannot even try to bring an impeachment motion, it's showing that you are trying to play the same games. And that is the same question to the opposition. The reason why so many people do not trust you guys, and they feel that even with the success of removing this tyrant, you guys are trying to align yourself that you're a better option, but you are doing the same play card as this government, the same way he did to Uhuru's government, which also people were crying and gnashing their teeth because he was making people suffer. He was not any better. You cannot leave the lion's house and then go to a bear's house and call it, you're still gonna get mauled or killed. There was still a lot of bloodshed. So Gakuya and everybody, any MP listening to this conversation. You cannot say that everybody is compromised. You cannot say that you cannot even try. You try, and then people can actually see that you are actually doing your job. So don't tell us that you cannot even try. It's already telling us that you want people to suffer for the next 2 years with their children dying and them being wanakuja kwa nyumba, their kids are being killed. There is no justice for them. There is a lot of land grabbing. The economy has fallen. People are going to the hospitals and not getting care. There is a father who is crying outside with a dead child on their hands. Nobody can stand for 2 more years. So unless you do not understand the current situation, we are asking him to resign, because at the end of the day, he has caused a lot of pain for the country. As a father who was elected to lead his community and lead the country, he has done a big disservice to the people of Kenya. And because he has been rejected and his leadership has been rejected, he has to resign so that the country cannot go any other way. There is a push back and forth. I'm going to go where? You can resign. There are only 2 options. Either you resign and you leave office and you know, whether you go to a different country or relocate from country in exile, or you get the people of Kenya push you to an extent of removing you from by force, and your life is going to also be on the table. Unakumbuka Gaddafi alirepiwa with his people when they were removing him from power. He was raped and then he was killed. That's the kind of thing that you're introducing to yourself, because you are pushing back against a whole country. 50 something million people are saying, we are tired of you. Your friends around you can tell you how awesome you are. Your friends around you can tell you how awesome you are and how it's good that you can continue giving shit to kill orders like Akina Makomen, because they're your friends, because they're benefiting. But you have to think about what you want for yourself. It's either your life or the life of the country. And the life of the country is at stake, and they are willing to die. Children are being killed. I saw a street boy saying that they cleared 32 bodies from the demonstration on June 25th. 32 bodies. Hizo ata ziko accounted for. Kenyan human rights, I don't know if they are government psyop or they don't do their job, because they are just hiding information. We know there's a massacre that happened in Githurai. We know people were cremated in barracks. And we're here still trying to have a conversation like, oh, labda tungoje 2 years.
Yes,
No.
Jerry.
Sorry,
Okay.
sorry. I'm so pissed off. My temperature is raising so high, but I
I know.
really want us
I know
to
when
ask him to
you
resign.
I know when you are saying something, all these things. I know sometimes you get emotional, but go ahead. Go ahead. Just land in 1 minute.
Okay. So I would like every person. We all know that no one is perfect. Whether it's leaders from the option, whether it's independent candidates, whether it's even ourselves, none of us are perfect. But we have one enemy in Kenya, and that enemy is Ruto, and he must go either resign or he's going to be in exile, or the third option, the Gaddafi way. And we do not want to shed any more blood. We're asking him to resign so that the country can be in peace. And we're asking whether it's the previous government, Niliona Matia Kiongea, whether it's Uhuru, whether it's Karua, whether it's Akina Sudi, whether it's all of, not Sudi, God forbid, whether it's Raila, anyone who has the interest of Kenya, stop telling us that we are going to go the Sudan way, the Somali way. You are allowing that option when you don't tell the number one enemy of the country to resign and leave this country at peace, and for us to heal and for us to rebuild and give an opportunity to someone else to
Thank you.
lead us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jerry, for that. I really appreciate the passion that you have. Dikembe, I want you to be objective, my brother. For I know many questions have been asked and everything. Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. Thanks.
Dikembe, I'll still give you the questions from the previous speakers. Someone has been passionate. They asked you before as someone who has passionately defended the government, do you believe this administration has listened, changed course, or doubled down on repression? What does good governance mean to you today, and still access to power, accountability, and to the people? And the other question is, people are genuinely asking, what has changed in your pursuit of good governance? Does having a seat in the table suddenly sanitize police brutality, corruption, and erosion of due process? And finally, this is a question for you that was coming from Dr. Milton. Your take on the growing misuse of the cyber crime law to silence dissent and criminalize Gen Z activism online. Thank you.
Um, thanks. I'll try as much to answer any of these questions. But remember, as I said, I'm not speaking on behalf of the government or any government, and I don't want to form my government now. So I'm not speaking on behalf of any government. That's one. I want to pick it from what somebody said about Libya and what happened to President Gaddafi, and ask that person this question. Gaddafi died, and a lot of bad things happened to him. So is Libya better? Is Libya now a stable state where, you know, human living index has, increased and things like that? Is it a well-run country? Is Libya better? Did Libya collapse or not? So sometimes when we make these when we cherry pick these situations and try to situate them in our country, we must also ask ourselves, what was the outcome in those countries that went this route? What was the outcome in those countries that, you know, went this route? So is Libya better? Then I want to get back to the issue that was raised by an earlier speaker on whether this government is better or not. Uh, you see, the problem with that is that they never tell us what do we compare it with. What do whose record do we compare Ruto's with? Is it a record of a past president? Is it a record of somebody in opposition who's never been a president? Is it the record that I have in my mind? Whose record are we? When we say that, Dikembe, can you tell me if good governance now is? It's like the definition of good governance now changed. And when somebody says, "Can you ask Dikembe why did he change?" And I would rather ask you back, when at that point some of us were fighting. Did you join? Did you join that fight? And so, were we right then? If we were fighting for good governance, then it means we realized there was a problem then. And so I want to say that I'm not trying to diminish the fight going on right now. On the contrary, I welcome it. However, what you're saying is that there were fights we knew we could take to the ballot, there were fights we knew we could take to the people, there were fights we accepted we lost, there were fights we knew we would win in future, including today. So you must be very careful, I think, in what fights you think you can win and the fights that you have to keep for the future. Having said that, good governance in Kenya is a marathon. The fight for good governance in Kenya is not an instant coffee. These people are telling us that the president can resign. General Kahariri of KDF, you need to go back to April on what he said in April. There is a video. There's a video of General Kahariri speaking, and he said these people were saying the president to resign. How? 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 So you'll have to wait for 5 years, organize politically, all these pressure groups, all these NGO characters, all those people who don't want Ruto in power should organize themselves politically and remove him from power democratically so that they have a proper mandate. And so I agree with, for instance, Gashagwa, because Gashagwa has realized that there is no other route to remove the president between now and 2027. The only closer date is 2027. And those people who are disagreeing with him are the same emotional characters who do not understand how our democracy works. Because our democracy do not start at that thing you say the people shall is well defined in other acts. What does it mean? It means the people can remove a president, yes, but what is the process? The process is elections after every 5 years. I've been asking you the entire night tonight that has that changed? And if it has changed, do you now say that whoever comes next, if after 1 year or after 2 years or after 1 month being sworn in, then you say that we don't like this guy, so this guy has to go? We can't go that path because it's illogical and it's going to lead this country into terror. Those people who want to remove Ruto or to remove President Ruto must organize themselves politically. They must organize them, and they do not. They let them not use the ideas in their head. Let them use the constitutional institutions in place. To remove a president, an election has to be held. How do we organize an election? Which parliament, for instance, which vote, for instance, allocates resources for those processes? Which authority is used to, for instance, in this financial year, to allocate resources? Can you people ask, for instance, the Auditor General where those things can work? So what we are saying is this idea, this delusion that some people have put in their minds that, we can just remove the president like that and it will be a Christmas party come early. Get your minds out of that delusion. Plan politically. Plan politically. All those forces who do not want the president should plan to compete with those forces who want the president. And this is what the president said the other day, that present your idea, but present it on the ballot box. That is where that question is decided. That question cannot be decided on tweets and hashtags. It is decided on the ballot box. So I agree. I hate to say this, but I agree with Honorable Gashago when he says there's a waste of time here. People trying to plan things that are not going to work. If you have a problem, that problem has to be solved for you in 2027, and it will be tested by other people who think there is
Dikembe,
no problem.
yeah, Dikembe.
It will be
I
tested
think
against the
I,
the,
I
the,
think
the, the, the ballot of other people who think there is no problem. So let us plan the way our constitution operates. But if we want to circumvent the constitution, let us say so publicly. That's why some of us
Dikembe,
are calling it an
yeah.
uprising.
So the only
It's an
option is not the
uprising.
can I just chime in and then I leave it to you? The only option is not about the ballot. There are other options, like there is an impeachment in Article 145, there is resignation in Article 148.8, there is incapacity or mental health, or physical or mental, where the president is unable to perform his duties. And assume or death or whatever. Also, there is an election nullification which you talked about, but and the other thing is about revolution, popular uprising. This is extra legal, but while legally codified, history shows us mass sustained civil disobedience or revolutions can lead to forced resignation and collapse of a regime. So don't overlook these two. Thank you.
Dikembe, can you wind up as we bring Dr. Kimani? Dikembe is muted. Dr. Kimani, you want to say
Yeah,
something?
I
Okay.
just want to say that in conclusion, I want to say this: a collapse of a regime can also be the collapse of a country. So how do we ensure that a collapse of a regime does not lead to the collapse of a country? We subject that regime to the democratic process. We subject that regime to the democratic process. And we are saying at this point in time, the democratic process is that which removes a president of the Republic of Kenya through the ballot. Any other shortcut is recipe for chaos. Thank you.
Thank you, Dikembe. But what Kenyans are crying is that they want to see you 20 years ago. They don't want to see you now. You are changing the tune, or maybe the age, which is okay. But they want to see that way forward, because this generation that is coming, they want to see that zeal so that they can pick it up from there and fight for good governance as they grow. Because education system. It's changing every time. People doesn't understand. We have even people who are going to secondary. They don't even understand that they're going to secondary. When they go there, there's no even facilities and everything. These are the things that people are talking about, and several so many things that we can talk about. People are going to public hospitals. They don't see even the medication. That we don't find them in the public hospitals. So these are the things that people are talking about. People are talking of real issues that is happening to them, and also a lot of things that we can talk about. But thank you so much for coming, man. I really appreciate for that. And also, we'll give you give your final remarks at the top of the hour as we do that. Dr. Kimani, then what I want to say? Rush, and I see your hand, man.
Yeah, here, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
let's let's us
yes,
go. Let's
yes,
us go,
yes.
Dr. Kimani, then yourself.
Okay.
Thank you, Hillary, for coming in. And it's good that, and I'm hoping Dikembe, as he comes to submit his final submission, at times it's good not to let them walk away with information that is on public domain. We know very well the procedure of to remove a president if, first of all, the president has violated a constitution that he knows very well he swore to protect. The procedures are there in our constitution. So the president, hata akikaa tuulize his way out, we are not saying that we want to the president should exit the non-constitutional way. No, there is a very good way in the constitution how William Ruto can exit. Hillary, what is happening here is what we have to avoid in future. We have to avoid giving people platform to misinform Kenyans. The constitution is very there, is there. The provisions are there. We don't even need to elaborate them. And I hope that next time when Digembe engages us, we have even law experts so that pia wanamuinform. Kwa sababu what is currently playing out is a situation where the state wants to manage us. They want to manage us, they want to manage information, and that is the direction we should be very, very, very careful with. Nobody has to lie to you. Mheshimiwa is here. He knows the procedure. If a head of state has violated the constitution, and we're not talking anything Hillary here, the thing is, has this government respected the constitution that they swore to protect and preserve? The answer is no. That alone disqualifies you from that seat. We haven't talked of killings and other stuff. Just the constitution. There is a provision how he can exit power. So let us not lie to the public. Thank you.
Oh, sawa. Thank you so much, Ras. Uh, Kimani, Daktari, then
Yeah.
Maura, 1 minute, then Mheshimiwa, then Mikali as done. So go ahead, Daktari.
Asante sana. Here I have been in the cold too much, but I appreciate that. Thank you so much, and those that have, that have spoken before me. Quite a discussion today. We way beyond the top of the hour, but I just wanted to echo a few things, and remind us that each generation has its own, legitimate battles that they have to fight for, with, and all that. And thinking from pre-independence to today, and I think ours today is unhinged leadership that we have in our country, Kenya. I remember when the government that we have today came into power, they purported to 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 follow the footsteps of the third president of Kenya, that was Mwai Kibaki. And if anybody here was then, alive to the realities, you can imagine what Kibaki did. And I'm very sure somebody may have talked about emotion and all that, and people had high hopes. And this is now what is coming as a result of that kind of frustration. So, because somebody was asking, what could we do right or wrong in that case? Uh, I just want also to say a few things here about switching, the way of leadership of country Kenya today is unfortunate, because the other day when we realized, or we noted that the channels had been switched off, as it used to happen so many days ago, many years ago, unfortunately, other means of communications have emerged, and people became very confused of what became
of control and power. And I think that's where we have gotten some, missing people. And we must do all that it takes to make sure that everybody is brought to book and everybody is answerable for their mistakes. People picketing and people demonstrating, that's a right provided for by the Constitution. We have seen people going to the streets in police vehicles, dressed and in disguise against the court orders, masking and all that. And we have also seen other people who pretend to be farmers, but no, they are not real farmers because they come with miti ya jembe ambao haina majembe ma fork jembe. So those are fake people. Those who are just rummaging through the city and pretending to be the souls keepers of the city. But I'm so perturbed by people who are saying that we only have one Kenya. Who doesn't know that? Those people who are stealing money and putting it away, don't they know they're stealing from the Kenya that we are saying we all have one Kenya? I mean, why should people think that they should tell us what we already know? People pretending to know, I mean, they have more rights than others. People pretend to be more Kenyan. Kenyans are more patriotic because we love Kenya irrespective of where we are. Remember, we could not have known of Adani were it not for one gentleman in France, Amenya, I believe, who told us about something of that nature. If he did not care about Mother Kenya or anything, he wouldn't have said anything. He would have said, oh, this is a good deal, let's go ahead and do it. He did whatever he thought it was right to be done, and all of us are now on that case. So let us, or that phrase, I think it is also coming to lose meaning. Like we all have one Kenya. That's a thing we know. George Saito told us about the same thing. Sometimes the country is bigger than individual. That now we know, and everybody now, even the small children in school, they know that. Although they're very confused, as we all know, because of the system of education. I want to say, a few things that have happened and all of us here are able to see. People have different opinion into whatever they believe and what they think is happening depending on where they are seated at the table. Those who are by the legs of the table, if the table has a legs, they might feel oppressed. Those who are sitting and eating might observe discipline and continue shutting up when others are being oppressed. It therefore calls for all of us to imagine of good days for all of us. It is so perturbing to see that you know we were told of good jobs abroad, but what came of that? People are dying in countries that they have been taken. People are claiming to have been treated like slaves in the places they were taken in the name of
Yes.
abroad job. So I'm saying this. So much has happened, promises have been made that are not fulfilled. Then what would make you think people will not be angry at that? I therefore say President Ruto must see the writings on the wall and do the rightful thing. And I think the Constitution has provided for what he ought to do in case he's not able to govern the country. And I think one more day is too much. Thank you so much, Hillary, and I will wait to see what happens of tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hari, and we really appreciate always. We really appreciate that. Moshimiwa, go ahead.
It
James.
was me, Hilary.
Oh, Maura, go ahead then, James. And nimeona hata mwikali mwezi wachia hata ladies to say something, but go ahead, Maura.
Okay, Asante, Hilary. No, mine, I just want to draw attention to tell Dikemba here that he is saying that we must wait for 5 years. No, soma katiba vizuri sana. Article 144 provides us a situation whereby we can move Ruto for having the mental or physical issues. That is Article 144. Kila mtu aisome iko. Article 45. We can impeach the president for gross violation of the constitution. You see, or gross violation, or believing that he has committed an offense of international or national law. And I think Article 1 of Article 145, Article 1C, for gross misconduct. I fully believe that when he said in a church in Kisii, he told Okiya Omtata that ile jora nilipewa Kasarani si ya kukatakata sukuma, ni ya kufyeka watu kama hao. That is gross misconduct. So based on using that one, we can kick him out. So we must not wait for 5 years, Bwana Dikeba. Soma katiba na werewe. And the reason as to why Kibaki did everything well, the government, and you as an individual, a non company, you cannot compete with the government. So Dikema huyu mtu anastahili atoka ofisini kama kile tukitumia ibara ya 145 ibara dogo ya kwanza kipengele cha C. Asante.
Asante sana Mwaura, tunashukuru sana watu kusoma, na hizi siku hizi watu wamesoma na wanaelewa kile wanahitaji. Mwikali, lakini leo umekuja na jina lingine, ndio maana unajua na kuacha sana unanua mikono. Redemptor asema, alafu Mheshimiwa James aseme kitu. Ana bado wako hapa.
They got my account, so follow me on Redemptor Mwikali.
All right.
The reason why we hold conversations is because it's a continuation of what happened last year. And the reason we avoid the ODM show is because they already have enough platforms. Listening to Dikembe, I'm in spaces with the diehards of ODM, they all read from the same script. It doesn't matter if it is the ghetto president or a professor of law, they say the same thing over and over, and it's sounding like a broken record. Now, when you go to the seashore, the crabs disappear as soon as you step near them. And that's the young people of this nation. And maybe we raised them in a very, very bad way that we didn't hear them. So they learned how to go to their rooms, get onto their gadgets. You paid for their school trips. And we felt like we were very good parents because we provided. And that's why we are promised roads every day. Doesn't matter if there's abuse in the house, as long as I'm providing for you. Our parents, our young people keep saying we are not our parents. The reason is because we are hypocritical in most of our narratives. We are hypocritical because when I was talking about Christianity, I was talking to the Christians because they go against what they preach. Thou shalt not kill is reduced very quickly to thou shalt kill with a bullet as long as you're in harm's way. Our young people find us hypocritical. For them is too much, but for us we are weak. In that sense, we are weak because when I come to this space and I make a very spirited submission that involves emotions and death and suffering, people say you're too emotional. If I want to have a very elitist conversation, I'll get a producer to help me write my scripts. I am a writer after all. So I'm just saying we are not hating on someone of contrary opinion. What we are saying is we already hear that every day. Actually, people are never untangle ourselves from the gratitude of the people who have been in the trenches. We forever have to be grateful to them, even if they take us to a very bad place. So there's a lot of bloodshed in this. And Dikembe, some of us, we follow anybody, even where the court has decreed compensation. I'm yet to meet anyone who has ever been compensated. So I'll just finish by saying that no one in their right mind would tell young people go and raise havoc in the streets. But we've had politicians say it when they say they will unleash goons on us. So if it's leading by example, the leaders in this country are failing us every day, and nature abhors a vacuum. There's a vacuum for the adult in the room. There's a vacuum for people who say, you know what, I have a job as an IG, but this guy is coming to tell me about police practice and he's a lay person. Does he know my life? Does he know I started in police line? Does he know how hard I've worked to be at this rank? People's reputations are going to be ruined because of positions, because they will not speak truth to power. So this whole conversation was about conversations with Kenyans. And I really do hope it doesn't become conversation with the oppressors. because they refuse for us to even talk. And I say I host a show called Smart Enough every Wednesday. I've done it because I discovered when I listened to the young people, when I got past the rage, the anger they were feeling, I realized how smart and brilliant our young people are. When you say you can't remove people from the government, when you read this Katiba for them, they have figured it out. I think the hardest part is not figuring out what next after Ruto goes. What if he dropped dead tomorrow? God forbid. That is treasonous to even say it. But to assume that we have to stick to a line, that is the hypocrisy of my age mates. They are oppressing with their words. And I've just said, I'll finish by saying, nobody has monopoly of leadership qualities or a plan. And for the fights they are having and addressing each other, you still do not address the young people. And when you say sorry, you say if, and you only say it to save face because a preacher man has come all the way from America. So it's hard to listen to the conversations with Dikembe. I've heard him before. In fact, at one time he accused me of shouting, and I told him I'm a Kamba, we like to shout. But just let's stop gatekeeping a revolution because you will cause an uprising. That's my last submission. Just because you've been there for 20 years and you know how to go to the street, don't suppress a revolution. Don't. It will turn into something ugly. There is a revolution that is being contained. And to all the Christians in the house, please pray for your nation. Asanteni. And Danguin,
Thank you,
I hope
Magali.
he's alive. I hope he's safe.
Yeah, thank you so much. We really appreciate that submission. Well, Mushima, go ahead. Then
Mheshimiwa.
you sure go
Thank
ahead.
you, thank you, Hillary. I just want to make my final submission, and very quickly, I just want to root myself to sentiments made on two areas of very concern. One is a cabinet secretary making roadside orders, shoot to kill. This is totally infringing fundamental rights for the people, and this is total impunity. I think if that particular sector is to be collected, then the correction must start from the top, and therefore the CS would be the last person to make such sentiments. I believe that if he's qualified enough, he must not issue such uh, statements that he's very much aware that are not guided by the law at any single point. I also want to castigate the action taken by CAK by closing some media houses, and this is totally out of order because by closing media frequencies, this is totally infringing the rights of media and also the right of information to the public. And therefore, this is a route that we should not be using to be hiding information to the public. Anything that is happening, the public has a right to be watching and to be seeing. And we are lucky that at this particular time, we are in digital, where we have what we call social media that is out to give information any particular hour. I just want also to lay on a very quick concern that personally I had not there before been speaking for the rights of the people, and I am only speaking because I'm in the court. I just want to remind those who castigated those kind of sentiments that personally I have been always at the front line fighting for the people and the people's right. And that is why I am not today in Luto's package. And the reason is I have been always battling when in the government, when I was the chair, and until when I was being thrown out. And I was not thrown out because of anything else. I was thrown out because I was completely castigating whatever government was doing wrong. If I am not, most likely has not been in this debate of experts, but in many other forums, I am there and I am always there. Remember issues to do with the demolition within the city. I've been the front line and many other areas of concern that have been in front line. And therefore, I would like to say, I am not now in this particular express debate purposely to clean my name. My name is well known by those listeners who normally listen my contributions. And to close the line, what I would urge is that the statement being carried out that I am trying to allude that the impeachment is not possible. I am not saying that the impeachment motion is not going to be tabled. the motion will be tabled. But out of the experience I have in the current parliament and the way the parliament is being used micromanaged, the possibility are that that kind of motion will see the light of the day at the floor of the house, but to see to see an approval is where it's a mountain. And I would like to urge Kenyans that they should not despair to fight for their rights, because they are the owners of the state. This government is only a custodian, but the owners of the government is the people, and therefore they have every right constitutionally to muscle the state to be on the line and collect. And therefore, I am part of them, and anybody else who is championing the voice of the people should be encouraged but not demonized. I am sure that church has a duty and public has a duty, everybody has a duty to collect the misdeeds of the government. And there's no way we can stop criticize this government until when it will stand upright. I would like to end by saying, together we can. And as a Kenya, we should arrive to a point of saying this, not pointing fingers to any tribe or any community, but as a nation, we should rise up and make our claim known and push our agenda. And our agenda is one, because Kenyans wake up to elect a government, and that government has become law. And once such a government becomes law, Kenyans must stand up to say, you are walking on the wrong direction. Either it is upon to the government either to redeem, and failure, if it fails to redeem, then it's duty. And there is various number of areas stipulated by the law on how a president can be removed. And therefore, I would say we are not having an imperial dictator today. We are having a president who is put on the job by the constitution and the people. And if he fails to adhere to the constitution, then he's out of order and is out of the constitution. And the best is to persuade members of parliament. And this I am going to direct to the electorates wherever you are. Urge your members of parliament, when this petition will come to the floor of the house, they should be seen supporting the people that they represent. And if they can be able to come to the floor of the house with a clear mind that they are in the house to do what they has agreed and communicated with their people, the obvious is the motion will see the light of the day. And this is the urge I would say tonight, that let us all urge our parliamentarians, because everyone knows, one of us is represented by a member of parliament. They take him to the task, persuade him to support the motion as it comes to the floor of the house. Thank you and good night.
Thank you so much. Ubarikiwe sana. Justice for all, 1 minute.
Yeah, much appreciated, and for everybody that has really contributed tonight. And Hilary, Abdi, as always, very, very great job. I just want to end tonight by saying that the government has repeatedly employed the tactic of trying to overwhelm us or the public with either information, manufactured crisis, and everything, so that they can sneak in the things that they want to do. It's a tactic that this government has perfected their art in. But I want to tell you that as things look like they have been cornered, and it's important that we continue remaining vigilant, so that regardless of what they come up with, because if you look at it, every single side you turn, whether it's the newspapers, whether it's the legacy media, whether it's like there's so much information that when you sit back and look at it, you don't know which one to chase. And it's because they want to distract us from the cause. All I want to urge everybody is that eyes on the ball. Let's not be distracted, because and let's not feel like everything like we have lost it. All we want to say is that we want good governance, and we are not second class citizens. This is our country, and we are not being invited into it. And we have a reason to continue standing true to what we have been called to do. Thank you very much. And I wish
Thank you.
everybody a blessed week. Yep.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Can we
I don't want to rebut anything, but I just want to say that I'm I want to dissuade you from believing that all that stuff that my brother Oneregakuya said will come to fruition. Onebugakuya himself has admitted there is just no numbers. They just no numbers, and our parliamentary system operates on numbers. So impeachment without numbers, and you know the other thing is that you cannot force it. It's like the Supreme Court ruling. To Onebugakuya is very truthful. He's very truthful to admit he can bring a motion with whatever grounds, but there's no number. So the other thing, this is also one other thing I was telling you, that you need to organize politically. You need to organize politically because the exercise of power, that thing you keep saying, the people shall, the exercise of that expression is in institutions like parliament, institutions like the judiciary, institutions like the criminal justice system generally, and the executive. So it is very difficult, for instance, to say that you want to give effect to the people shall, but then reject how that is implemented. That is only implemented through constitution. The numbers. If you want to run a good country, the way you are saying, organize politically. People, you have to abandon this activism and come to real politics. Real politics with its realities. Activism, there's no activist going to be declared president, for instance, and say activist XYZ is now the president. He has to submit himself to a political process, even if that happens next week. But that is how people get elected to become leaders in Kenya. So people have to organize again. And that's why,
Mm-hmm.
again, I'm saying
Yes, so that's
this
what.
thing you call revolution. In conclusion, these things you call must go. That article this,
They
article
call,
that.
they come back,
Those
they
ones are
call,
not
or you
going
are
to
also
work, my friend.
calling.
Mm? Those ones are that even know how these things work. So we are sloganeering. You want to believe too much in my friend on everything,
They come
but
back.
how do we achieve those slogans?
They come back. 1 minute. I want to tell you that nobody believe anybody here. Nobody knows what to do. Actually, we know what we want as Kenyans. We know, and that's why we go to went to the road, and that's why we're saying we need good governance. We know what is needed to be done, and these Kenyans, they're very bright. So when you say that you said the revolution, and you, Dikembe, today, even if I go to your tweets 2 years ago, it was about revolution. My brother. So it is at the point here. I'm wondering, the point here is revolution. It will be there. Whether you're dead, other people, even if you're not there, other people will work for that revolution. So we cannot stop to do that. We cannot stop to do that. And we must demand, because everything, you know, and that's why we vote all the time. But thank you so much, man. Every Sunday, Pressure Point is here all the time. Joe Angeshi, 1 minute, and I mean it, 1 minute, because we are past the hour. Today, I've run this thing because Nilikanyaga Wire, we usually run it.
Stress that you cannot stop an idea whose time has come. No matter how much propaganda, how much money you pour on propaganda, the time to free Kenya has come. And Kenyans know it. They know what they want and they know how to get it. And there are people like that fellow who just spoke, who are in the way. So they need to get out of the way, so we can forge a new Kenya.
No, we don't do that, bro. We don't do that. Yeah, Dr. Milton, go ahead.
Um, Let me say this. I took a bit of a break. I had to attend a class, but I was listening. I want to conclude it as this, picking up from what the Kembe said, and I'm not trying to respond directly to him, but I want to say this: the way forward, the best way forward, is one, we must we must sanitize our politics. We know it is not lost on any of us that for us to achieve the aspirations of the Kenyan people as enshrined in the constitution, we must do so through political organization, political moving forward only with those who have the mannerisms to play clean politics and not conmanship, where A is A because A is right, but A does not become B when we are compromised and we are given something to throw the rest of the Kenyan people and their let nobody bastardize agitation by the Kenyan people. Let nobody bastardize picketing. Let nobody bastardize the demands that and everybody around him has proven that they have not legally, and there is nothing illegal about demanding for the resignation of the president and for the recall of all members of parliament that are not doing that which Kenyans are asking of them. So do not, the IEBC question is is not as complicated as people want us to believe. We are saying let William Ruto today resign and see what will happen. We will still have a government because the people of Kenya do not want anarchy. We will allow for the country to reestablish its own systems as provided. The right thing can go tomorrow and Kenya will still stand. We are simply saying the enemies of the people, the anarchists, are those that are defiling and all his colleagues. I want to say this. If you are so confident about the things that you are doing, why are you running away from your boss? The Kenyans who are demonstrating and protesting, when they say they are coming to parliament, even when they say they are coming to state house, I mean, why are you afraid? In fact, I dare say that every time I have done the right thing, I am very proud when my boss walks around my office. That is what in and sign a class action petition to the High Court for the recall of the 290 members of parliament. And we are doing this as a test case where we do a class action where the 290 members of parliament are respondents and we are recalling them. Constituency, because these members of parliament made it almost impossible to recall them. But we are going to try that. We are going to make that attempt. We will put up the link, Hillary, and let people do it so that once we reach the threshold number of signatures per constituency to recall a member of parliament is 2,000. We can do it, but we are going to do it together. And as Pressure Point and Kurunzi News, and as we will mobilize the resources to make the filing fees available so that the Kenyan people can get justice. So that those members of parliament, when we are saying that we can have a petition to impeach the president and they will refuse to vote for it, we are going to do that by
Daktari akubariki
numbers.
sana, asante sana kwa kila mtu.
Asanteni sana.
Yeah.
Pole for
Rasta nani Milton amemaliza? Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Hillary. Thank you so much for organizing this space. During the day of Saturday, and around 9:30, we were supposed to meet at around 2 p.m., 2:30 in town. But my friend phone went unanswered somewhere from 1 p.m. He was nowhere to be seen, and I went to town, never to reach him, and that is it. Then from there, I've been a worried man because since then, there are people who have been trailing, let me put it, me and others. So as we speak here, I've not been able to go even at home for several days. Now it's almost you have seen even in our TL, there is a very deliberate effort, because where the government lost the conversation and where we have been doing the organization, where we have been strong to, and hard on this government, are on this platform. So when they retreat back and organize themselves now to recruit people who will come here and confuse the masses, give misinform, and that's why you're seeing the likes of the Kembe are now coming out to come and confuse us. It is my appeal to all Kenyans, kindly don't, if we want our country back, because what we are simply doing, Hillary, we want our country back. And when we mean our country back, we are not interested in anarchy, we are not coup plotters, we want people who can respect and adhere to the constitution. We are living in fear. We are really living in fear. And the only thing that will save us, I have a daughter that I was supposed to celebrate a birthday with. I talk with like this because when I see people turn this to be a tribal thing, my wife is a Luo. I'm very young, 29. My wife is 24. My daughter is 4 years. So when I don't know which other future you want me to stick to our course, and our course is to liberate our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Russ. Abdi, go ahead, man.
Thank you, thank you. Quite a long night tonight. As we close, I will say thank you to everyone who showed up tonight. It's not just words, but with presence, with pain and purpose. I think we have had and shared tonight is not just analysis, it's a cry, it's a demand for a say, because every bullet fired, every youth disappeared, every mother who weeps for her child reminds us that this fight is not optional, it's necessary. The road ahead is, as I would always say, is steep, but we are not starting from nothing. We are starting from the truth, from courage, from the blood-stained streets of June 25th, where Gen Z said no more, and they meant it. Let this be clear to those in power. This country future. To the families grieving, to those still in the streets, to those silenced and missing, we see you. We will not forget. We will not stop until Kenya is free, fair by those who serve, not by those who rule. This moment is ours, and that we do with it is defines the next press on. Asante sana to all speakers and to Dikembe. We are here every Sunday, grounded and consistent to debunk the lies, the challenge the spin, speak truth to power. The narrative won't be unchallenged. We may not agree on everything, but there is the essence of democracy where we welcome divergent views. What matters is that remains we remain tolerant, listen to each other, uphold mutual respect, even when we disagree. That's how we build a better nation. Good night, stay safe, stay strong. Pressure point continues. Asante sana, Hillary.
Asante sana, Abdi, Russ. All speakers, all guests who are here today, we really, we are humble all the time as Pressure Point team. This is our way forward. The way forward is that when you are talking, what is the way forward? And the way forward we know as Kenyans, and let us be very cautious